Hi everyone. Hi everybody.
Hi.
When I'm here with Beck, my friend Beck, and
Yes.
we're gonna talk about a show that. Honestly, this video's late. I'll just say that outright. This video,
Very late.
it's very fucking late. No one cares about this show anymore, so it's probably not gonna get much attention. But I wanted to talk about it. You know, we talked about The Boys. Why don't we might as well like talk about a few other superhero shows we've been watching.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, today we're gonna be talking about Umbrella Academy, as you could tell by the title. Do you kind of want to give like an introduction to this, or like some background, or do you want me to do it, or?
You do it.
Okay, you're lazy. So some of y'all might have heard of this band, this really cool band. It's one of my favorite bands, probably one of your favorite bands. I don't know. My Chemical Romance. Which is a band, which is actually how I met my friend here, Beck. Was through My Chemical Romance like Discord server, because we both were like big fans of the band. What I didn't know at the time was that the lead singer wrote his own comic book. He's a big fan of like a lot of comic properties like Watchmen, fucking he likes Marvel. Watchmen.
He really likes Watchmen.
He really likes Watchmen. I think he was wearing when I saw him live, he was wearing something that was like a Watchmen reference. I don't think it was exactly Watchmen, but it was a Watchmen reference for sure.
Yeah.
Gerard, his name's Gerard Way. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, that's what he was doing before MCR, is he was working at a comics place. He was gonna do that for the rest of his life, and then 9/11 happened.
Yeah, I mean, and I read the Umbrella Academy comic. It's okay. It's not
very different.
It's not great. I more or less, it just doesn't really have a hook. Was kind of my only issue with it. I think the art looks fine. It took a little getting used to, but I think it's unique. It's definitely different, but the pacing kind of just didn't really grab me, and there's not very much of it. It's really like he hasn't done much with it.
No.
Which I that's probably just because he's so busy with his music career and everything going on. But
yeah, he has what is it when it's not a volume, but there's like more, like a group of volumes? What's that called?
I don't really know. Like a bundle? I don't.
Yeah, but it's like called something.
I don't know the exact word for it, but I know what you mean.
Yeah. So there's only like 4 or 5 of those, and it's been like 20 years. Like he's been working on it since like 2004. So he has not released very much of comics in that time.
Yeah. And the thing, with someone as successful as Gerard Way creating a comic book, it's kind of already the recipe for success. Inevitably, it was going to get an adaptation of some sort.
Yeah.
And Netflix happened to be the lovely little company that picked up this property, and let me tell you something about Netflix. I fucking hate Netflix.
Yeah.
Even if you like a lot of their shows, you still hate Netflix, because anytime they do release something I actually like, they either rush it to where later seasons and like over time the quality just gets worse and worse with every passing season, which, spoiler alerts, what happens with this, but or they just drop it entirely, like Inside Job is notorious. The OA also comes to mind. Another show that Beck showed me that I didn't really get to see a resolution on because it's only 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And it's like anything that doesn't immediately have Stranger Things success, they throw out
Yep.
into the garbage, and it's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
I had learned that BoJack Horseman wasn't even going to survive. He spent every season scared that it wasn't going to get another season because Netflix kept threatening to pull the plug.
That's so fucked up.
So even their best show, like, we probably wouldn't have gotten because it's fucking Netflix.
Yeah.
Either way, this is Umbrella Academy. For now, we're only talking about the first season. And yeah, what's this show about?
A superhero family that's super dysfunctional. They're kind of born from nothing, literally, and then they're adopted by this really abusive dude who makes them into, like, basically super soldiers, but, like, not even soldiers. They're just like
it's
super
like
police.
It's like so there's this fucking what's his name, like Reginald?
Yeah.
This fucking British dude. He's like the most British looking guy like ever. He's got the monocle and the cane and everything. He's got and he's rich and wealthy. And he basically wanted to make his own Teen Titans, basically. Like, because he had heard that the world the world was gonna end. So in order to prevent the end of the world, he fucking finds these kids and makes an academy.
Yeah, and I mean, he literally, like, buys them, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Like, from their parents. And yeah, he makes this academy, and he does not know how to raise children at all.
No, I'll say Reginald is one of my favorite characters, but he's an awful person. He is such an awful person.
Yeah.
And that's because he raises these kids kind of in like a drill sergeant sort of way, as opposed to, like, he's never a parent to them. And
no. I mean, he literally makes a robot lady to be the mom.
He basically pulled a Bloodborne, basically, where he was simping for this girl, which that's not revealed till, like, season 2. So spoiler alert, but not really, because it's like a nothing spoiler.
Yeah.
And he's simping for her so bad, and we're not gonna say what happens, like why it doesn't work out, but he makes her into a tradwife robot.
Yep.
And now he's got a tradwife robot woman working. She's creepy. She is so creepy.
Yeah.
She's like so smiley and uppity and positive and to the point
I
where
like her though. I think she's a queen.
I like her. It's just she's creepy.
Yeah. Well, especially with, like, Victor's, like, little kid scenes where
for clarification, we're gonna be calling them Victor because we don't want to dead name them. That's also kind of slightly a spoiler, but it's not really.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that the actor is an actor now.
Yeah.
So, like, the show just kind of adjusted. That's literally it. So it's not the other name, it's Victor. But either way, what were you saying?
Victor's little kid scene where basically over and over Reginald brings in these babysitters to take care of Victor and, I mean, the rest of the kids, and Victor kills them, like 2 or 3 of them, before Reginald makes the robot. And then Victor throws.
Did he kill them, did he kill them, or did he just, like, injure them or, like, scare them? Because, like, I read it as, like, just injured or scared them. I don't think he ever.
I don't know. He did do, like, pretty violent things to them.
I just feel like he just ended up traumatizing a lot of them. And I think the first one he actually kills, quote unquote, is the robot woman comes in. And he doesn't know it's a robot, and then they just put their head back on, or they, like, twist it back into place.
Yeah, like, the robot, she gets up, and her head is on backwards, and she, like, twists it back around to face him.
It scares the
and he's
fuck
like, oh,
out
shit.
of him. Little baby Victor is so fucking
Yeah.
cute. Oh my god. They picked like the cutest child actress
Yeah.
to play Victor.
Yeah.
So you got these 5 kids. It's made it's not told in sequential order. It kind of jumps back
5
and
kids. 7 kids. 6
7, 6. Well, 7.
kids. I mean, 7 with the dead one.
Yeah, I was gonna get into that. Sorry, I got confused. You got 7 kids, and it's not really told in sequential order. It kind of jumps back and forth between the present
Mm-hmm.
and the past. The present is that Reginald has died, so the Umbrella Academy comes back together for a funeral. But we cut to the past where they're wearing, like, I mentioned the Teen Titans, and they kind of look like Teen Titans a little bit.
Yeah.
They got, like, the suits are so, like...
Yeah.
They're so, like, just classic, like, comic book look. I could tell this guy,
Yeah,
like,
they
definitely loves his cartoons and comic
Yeah,
books and
yeah.
shit. And, there were 7 of them. One of them was this Asian kid that, I forget his name, but...
Ben?
Yeah, Ben, sorry. I'm pretty bad with names, even for shows that I really like.
Yeah.
He fucking died, forever ago.
Yeah, during one of their missions.
Yeah.
And it's never revealed how he dies until season 4. So that's crazy.
Yeah, that was something I kept feeling like I was missing something watching this, where I was like, I know he's dead, but how did he die? He had like tentacle powers.
Yeah.
You got Klaus, who is the gay one, and he kind of looked like Youngblood when he was a child, and
He did.
and he you know, Reginald would lock him because he could talk to dead people. He was like the I see dead people kid.
Yeah.
And he Reginald would lock him in a cellar
Mm-hmm.
to talk to dead people. He's like,
Yeah, to try to... Well, he was afraid of them. Like, he was... Especially
it's
as a
in
kid,
like
he was afraid of the ghosts. And that's why he becomes an addict. Partially because of the PTSD of being locked up, but also because he's still, like, afraid of ghosts.
yeah, he ended up developing a very bad drug habit. And when we say like a drug habit, we don't just mean like he smokes crack or whatever. Like, he does fucking acid.
He does every drug.
He does like everything. Anything he can like shove into his body, he's like perpetually high. And for a lot of this season in particular, he's fucking unhinged. Like,
Yeah.
he is completely off his rocker. There's like this one scene where, well, I'll get into that. I want to kind of establish the other characters first.
Yeah. This is a very ADHD way of covering
Well,
this. We're
in all
bouncing back
fairness,
and forth.
the show does too. The show's kind of
Yeah,
a
it
mess. It's a beautiful mess. Is the best
Yeah.
way to describe it. Because it's so like inconsequential. But either way, you got. I think I'll save the one for like I'll save 5 for last, since he's like so integral to the story. You got Victor, as we established, who their power is kind of like 11 from Stranger Things.
Yeah, it is very much like that.
It's
And
like
he doesn't know he has powers until like episode 8 or something.
Yeah. Another fantastic
So-
moment that I can't wait to talk about.
Yeah.
But-
yeah.
For a lot of his childhood, his kind of complex is that he is ostracized from the children. He doesn't get to have fun. He doesn't get to hang out with them. And it's because, in many ways, Reginald was scared of him.
Yeah.
And to the point where even at a certain point, Reginald, like, locked him away in, like, a
Yup.
chamber. Not like what he did with Klaus, where it was like oh, this is for your own good, exposure therapy, like, type
Yeah, well,
bullshit.
he locked Klaus in like a mausoleum.
Yeah.
So it was specifically around dead people, but Victor was put in like a
A capsule.
giant metal cage with like iron walls.
Yeah, and it looked like one of those rooms where people go insane if they're in it for too long.
Yeah.
So that's, fun.
I mean, another sign that Reginald does not know anything about like child psychology, psychology in general. Like, you cannot put someone in a cage with nothing in it and expect them to just be fine.
You got Diego. Diego's kind of complex. Most of his childhood, he had kind of a public speaking issue. And there's even this cute little dynamic with his robo-mom, where,
Yeah.
you know, she's like the only good thing in his life. He's so insecure because he feels like he's not measuring up to the other students. And, like, she's like, you know, practice it one word at a time, and she, like, encourages him to do his best, and it's really fucking sad.
Yeah, it is so cute.
His power is he can... I guess it's like... You remember
It's
that...
like aiming.
Yeah, you know that fucking guy from The Boys that, like, shot a bullet, and then the bullet bounced off of all these different pillars until it eventually hits his target?
Yeah.
That's basically Diego's power. It's, like, directional...
Except with knives.
Yeah, with, like, throwing knives. It's, like, directional... Somehow, I guess it's like a kind of predictability power where he can, like, if I throw it this way, I know it'll hit this, 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 and this, and then it'll hit you. Or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
It's kind of dumb.
Yeah.
But he's like a ninja, basically.
Yeah, it's cool.
You got the big boy. Luther, yeah. And, of course, in conjunction with him, you've got Allison. Because they're kind of a wincest couple. Not really. It's not incest. It's like it's fucking weird.
Incest.
It's fucking weird.
They've known each other since they were babies.
Yeah, it's definitely fucking weird, but like you could look at it as like childhood friends type beat.
Well, they don't canonically kiss. The only time they kiss is in a timeline that doesn't happen. So they're only kind of flirting with each other.
Yeah, they're just kind of down bad. They were very affectionate for each other. They liked spending time together. They were very close, and Reginald often would kind of put a rift between them.
Yeah.
Because
I don't know if it's because Reginald didn't like the incest vibes, or if he just didn't want them to, like, I don't know, maybe even get a good relationship and like rebel against him eventually.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's a variety of different.
He stopped it.
It's a lot of different reasons, I'm sure, but he just kept driving them apart. And Allison, her kind of whole thing is that she has the power to tell people what to do, and they do it, kind of like Kilgrave from Jessica Jones. Except it's not as direct as Kilgrave. She has to utter the term, "I heard a rumor," and then like her voice has to reach you. And then suddenly...
in the first season.
I guess things do. This show's fucking... I would say before, like... And I'll continue with the summary, but like the one of the issues with this show for sure long term is that whereas The Boys kind of tightens up too much and kind of writes itself into a corner, this show I think expands way too much.
Yeah.
That's why talking about it's hard, is because it's ever expanding to the point where it kind of crushes under its own weight.
Yeah.
But either way, back to the children, the kids. So yeah, Allison, she tells people what to do. In her adulthood, she's kind of she gets in trouble for using her power on her kid.
Yeah, she has her kid taken away from her because she would say, like, I heard a rumor that you stopped crying.
I heard a rumor that you went to bed. I heard a rumor that you did your homework. Like, it's, you know.
And there's one point where she says, I heard a rumor that you loved me. I don't know if that's toward her kid or toward her, at the time, husband. But she does say that to someone, which is also fucked up.
You can kind of see inklings of it in the first season, but it's kind of clear that Allison is, like, very unaware of her own power or her own strength. And
yeah, I don't know, because she does want to stop.
There is that, but she kind of becomes unbearable over the course of the show.
Yeah, in season 1, it seemed like her arc was going a somewhat good way. The only time she uses her power, she is severely punished for it in this season. So it, I think it was going a good direction, but they kind of squashed that in the later seasons.
And then there's Luther. His whole complex is he's like the only one who actually believed in what they were doing. The rest of them, you know,
and he's number 1.
Yeah, the rest of them, they got sick of it. They all eventually, when they got older and got their own autonomy, they left. They just completely left, and Luther was the only one who didn't.
Yeah.
And so he
was on the moon.
Well, he almost dies during a mission, and then Reginald sends him to the moon, and then for like...
Well, he almost dies during a mission, and then he's injected with monkey DNA. and
he became monkey.
Yeah, like his power was already kind of strength, I think, but then he became monkey, and now his power is big and strong and kind of bulletproof a little bit.
Yeah, he's the gentle giant, honestly. But
he is a little bit more less gentle in the first season. Like, he's less gentle. He doesn't like to be, but he feels like he has to be because he takes the responsibility of being number 1. Yeah. And he is kind of stinky for that reason.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that. We'll get into that. He gets sent to the moon, literally just because the mission is supposedly he's supposed to be looking for a sign of the end of the world or whatever the fuck. But it's
anomalies or whatever.
But it's really just Reginald fucking with him and like just kind of giving him a thing to do.
Yeah,
Reginald.
The story from the actual monkey, which was like Reginald's assistant, the talking monkey.
I forgot. He's got like a talking monkey. I keep forgetting that's a character in this show. He's a little shit. Like, I love him. He's a lovable character, but like, he's a little shit because he kept his mouth shut during all this. And he's like, it was all for a good cause. And it's like, he's literally like the fucking character where if he would just open his fucking mouth, the book would be like 3 times like shorter.
Yeah. But yeah, the story from him was that Reginald wanted to give Luther like a purpose because he knew that Luther would be lost without a purpose, and like, I don't know, I have trouble thinking Reginald cares that much, but maybe.
I feel like Reginald cares for them only from the extent of I do think he's correct when he says he sees potential in them. I think he does think they're capable of great things. I think it's kind of a Whiplash type of thing, if you remember the movie Whiplash. Where it's like, I push you because I care about you, or because I care about what you can do. Like, I want you to be the best version of yourself, but it's like to a toxic point. We talked about Victor, we talked about Mr. Squid Games, we talked about Monkey Man.
Yeah, Luther, Allison, Ben. So I think 5 is the only one.
Yeah, so I think the only one left is 5. So 5 is probably... I really don't know who my favorite character is. I'll say probably Klaus, because the actor that plays 5 is a colossal piece of shit. But and that is literally the only reason that like Klaus is like tiers above 5 for me. Because 5, I think, in terms of all the characters, is the most well written. He's the most interesting, I feel. Basically, his whole
and his actor is a good actor.
He's a very fucking good actor. He's just an asshole. He's a Zionist. He's a fucking cocky prick. I'm not gonna go into that. I already kind of talked about the whole thing in my The Boys videos. So, And unlike Tomer Capone, because honestly, I don't really think Tomer Capone's even that good of an actor.
Yeah, he's fine.
So it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier for me to believe this role than it is for me to believe like Frenchie as a character. But either way, I'm not gonna get into that whole thing because our ship's already sailed. 5, basically, his complex is that he can teleport and he can jump through time. He can freeze time. He can do this and that. He's got time powers, which makes him effectively the Dr. Manhattan of this universe. And he is fucking around with his power, even though Reginald told him not to. And he jumps, and he ends up in the apocalypse. It turns out the world is ending. And has ended, and he's kind of seeing the aftermath of the world ending. And he finds out that all of his family is dead. Out of all the characters, I really do feel like he got the worst one. The worst situation. Because he literally is just stuck in this, like, dystopian nightmare for, like, almost a century. Like, 3/4 of a century, I would say. Like, 70 years, probably? 60 years, somewhere around there?
I think maybe...
Over halfway, at least. Like...
Yeah.
He's stuck in this, like, fucking... And he's alone. His only form of connection, his only love, is a fucking mannequin, which he canonically had sex with. They make a joke about that. And it's just a mannequin that he projects a personality onto. He's, like, so fucking alone that he goes insane. And he becomes an old man. And then he gets found by this woman. And she's hot as hell, but that's irrelevant. And she's involved with this time organization. And this is kind of where the story starts to get meta. And also, this is where it starts to kind of fall apart. But in an entertaining way, at least. He basically gets hired as, like, a time hunter, like, bounty hunter type thing. Where they go through the timeline and pick... It's like the Spider-Verse canon events thing. Kind of.
Yeah, I haven't seen Spider-Verse still.
It's like the same concept where it's like, this character needs to die because it's a canon event.
Yeah. They basically have ways that things are supposed to go, and so they kill people along the way who may change that. Yeah,
and this is really where the Watchmen comparisons come into play, because you've got the time thing, like you had with Dr. Manhattan in Watchmen, but you've also got lots of references to, like, the Kennedy assassination, for example. Lots of references. The trying to prevent the end of the world is literally the plot of Watchmen. It's them trying to stop the end of the world. Somebody died who's like God, there's so much this takes from Watchmen, I'm realizing now. A terrible fucking person dies, and nobody cares, but they have to investigate who killed him anyway. And then you kind of have this, like, realistic take on superheroes. It's definitely not as up its own ass as The Boys, I would feel.
No.
It's a lot, like... I think it's more genuine than The Boys, I would say. It's kind of like Invincible, a little bit, where it's like, it's still... You could tell he fucks with comics, but he just wanted to make a dark one. So, I mean, who do we want to talk about first? What do we want to go into?
I don't know.
There's so much.
Oh, my dog is coming in the room. Hi, dog.
Hi, doggy. I hope you know I'm leaving this in.
Okay.
I guess we could talk about...
I don't know. I guess... 5 is approached by this lady, and she's like... for however many years of your service will, like, bring you to the timeline you want to be in, but that doesn't really matter because he figures out the, like, calculations or whatever that he needs to get back to a specific point in time to prevent the apocalypse, and he does it as he's about to shoot someone, I think at the Kennedy assassination, actually.
Yeah.
That might be wrong, but I think that is when
No,
he
I'm
figures it out
pretty
and leaves.
sure. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I think they say that in season 2.
Yeah.
But as he does it, his body gets reverted back to when he was a teenager.
Yeah, like a 15-year-old, yeah.
Yeah, and so
He's like a 60, 70-year-old man in a 15-year-old's body.
yeah, which is I mean, this guy's fucking life sucks. Like,
Yeah.
oh god, he's probably got it the roughest out of everybody. Because I really can't imagine having to be alone for that long.
Yeah.
Either way, so he comes back while they're at the funeral of their dads, and there's already some tension among these siblings. Victor released a book talking about the others that had a little bit of bitterness towards the others.
Yeah.
And it kind of stained their reputations, and so a lot of them resent Victor. But they also just resent each other, you know?
Yeah.
Luther's angry that they all kind of left him.
Yeah.
Klaus is just a drug. He's high. He's just an asshole.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a junkie, and he only ever shows affection when he wants something from you. Diego is I find him interesting because he started as like an insecure, kind of anxious, like socially awkward kid. He kind of veered in the opposite direction. He is a fucking asshole.
He is.
In season 1. I remember him from like season 2 and season 3. And then like I went back to season 1 and I was like, oh my god, he's like so mean.
Yeah.
And you know, Allison I think is the most tolerable at the moment.
Yeah.
But you know, she's got her own issues of she's famous, she's rich and famous, she's the most successful of the bunch, so
yeah.
I think the appeal of this show, at least in my opinion, is it's very relatable. Like the way it handles trauma, the way it handles, and how everybody in this show does fucked up shit or does things that are morally disagreeable because of their trauma.
Yeah.
But it doesn't define them, I think, is what makes it such a validating show.
Yeah. Yeah, and that they're dysfunctional, but when it comes down to it, they still really love each other.
Like, for the first 3 seasons, I would say every single one of these characters has at least one moment where you're kind of shocked that they would do something so shitty.
Yeah.
All of them. Victor, it happens this season, hilariously. They do something really fucked up. Luther does something really fucked up this season. 5 is more towards, like, season 3, I think.
Yeah, and 5 like considers doing something fucked up, but doesn't do it.
And Diego, you know, like as I said, he starts off really rough. Allison kind of has like a corruption arc a little bit, so it's like they all have moments of weakness where they do things that are shitty, but they're not bad people. They're just really deeply traumatized and hurt people.
Yeah.
And that's definitely my favorite aspect of the show, is like the interpersonal relationships.
Yeah.
Kind of the plot is it's like a mystery thriller type thing where they got to find out what causes the end of the world. And the fun part of this season is seeing, little by little, every episode, what eventually leads to that moment and how it happens.
And, I mean, really, it's everyone. Like, the reason that I think this season is so good is because they do hint at how everything kind of came together in like a perfect storm to end the world.
Yeah, everybody in a small way plays a part in it. But it's just interesting seeing it kind of piece together, and then once you kind of know where it's going, you're like waiting for the characters to figure it out, and it's like thrilling, you know.
Yeah.
One thing I want to get out of the way. Holy God, this show is gorgeous. Like, the colors, the editing, the visuals. This show is literally probably one of the best looking superheroes. It looks better than like any MCU movie. And I think it's because like on top of having really good production, really good like it's detailed, it's clean, is it's got style. It's got kind of like a Tim Burton aesthetic to it, and it's very atmospheric, and it has kind of that. It feels so raw, and like the soundtrack is killer too.
Oh yeah, they choose like a lot of classic songs, but it feels like it fits. It makes the scenes like iconic.
There's like
especially the fight scenes.
We know for sure that Gerard Way cover of Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah, that
Hazy
is so good.
God, it's one of the few, because I usually hate Simon and Garfunkel covers. You've heard my rants about Disturbed.
Yeah.
But this is one of the few ones that makes the original just kind of eh.
Yeah.
It's so good. It is such a good song. And it shows that Gerard still got it.
Yeah.
But it's really good. And then I can't think of a more fitting song too. The riff and everything, it just fits like the nature of this show. But they got like Radiohead in one of the scenes, and I remember freaking out when that started playing. Of course, it's from the same album that all the other Radiohead songs are from, and everything else that it shows up in, Invincible, The Bear, or whatever. But yeah, like lots of good music choices in my opinion.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So kind of just the plot, basically. Really, there's only a couple more characters to even talk about regarding the plot.
Yeah. What is Victor's boyfriend's name?
Why
do I not remember his name right now?
I don't remember, but that guy was fucking ugly.
I'll look it up.
Okay, so Victor is doing these violin lessons, and this dude shows up and starts charming Victor, and the thing is, he's got like no riz. He's like kind of creepy and weird, but I feel like it works in the context of this because Victor is so starved for connection.
Yeah, so Leonard Peabody. And, well, that's his fake name. He does have his real name too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is perfect, and you do find that is on purpose because Mr. Leonard knows about Victor's past and knows about the Umbrella Academy's past, even though he's pretending he didn't.
He takes Victor off of his meds and manipulates Victor, and little by little sets up this elaborate plan because he basically wants to use Victor as a weapon to get revenge on the Umbrella Academy because he did his homework. He knew that Victor was the strongest one, and he kind of framed it as him trying to help Victor find their true...
Yeah, well, I like this part about why he knows Victor's past is because he found Reginald's diary that listed the powers that Victor had as a kid. And the reason that nobody knew that this diary was missing was because it was in an expensive container that they just assumed that Klaus stole and sold for money.
Yeah.
So
we should also probably
drugs.
clarify. He too, it kind of fits into that whole theme of childhood trauma and abuse, and because what I think is so sad is that as a kid, his father just beat him. You know, it was the usual. It's a pretty basic like drunk belligerent father. Go get me another beer. You know.
Yeah, he literally is.
It's been done to death, and there's not much depth to his father. You know, I only find these kinds of plots more interesting when you actually at least not humanize, but just give more depth to the abusive figure. But I understand.
But I mean, it wasn't really the point.
It's more just a correlation because oh, go ahead.
Just the point is that he's lonely, and he finds solace in the comics, or not the comics, the real people. Although I think there are comics. There's comics in universe.
Yeah.
But he finds like companionship, and he was born on the same day as them, so he assumes he must be one of them.
Yeah. His father, like his drunk belligerent father, beats him, and it's supposed to kind of he comes from a broken home. He's an abuse victim, and he kind of idolizes the Umbrella Academy, which you know, like I feel like all these superhero shows in some way comment on this type of idolization of like,
Yeah.
this thing can save me from whatever fucked up shit I got going on. But in his case, what's sad is that he doesn't realize that Reginald is abusive to the Umbrella Academy, and what it's kind of like a there's no paradise for you to escape to type situation.
Yeah.
Where he thinks that he's one of the Umbrella Academy and he wants to be just like them, but he's only seeing the outward image that they have of superheroes. He doesn't realize that they're actually behind the scenes abused by Reginald.
Yeah.
And so
And then
oh, go ahead.
yeah, he has his world completely broken in too when he goes up to them and like jumps the fence at I think Reginald's property where the Umbrella Academy are coming home or something. And he's like, I must be one of you guys. Like, he's a kid. He's like 10 or 11 at this point. Maybe 12.
He's really young.
Yeah. And he is like, I must be one of you guys. And Reginald just completely like humiliates him
roast
in front of
the
everyone.
fuck out of it. He's just like, it's a little corny, like, cause
Yeah.
like he's like,
Well, especially because everyone is like laughing at him. Like
Yeah,
the whole crowd
like,
is laughing at this child.
that part. I feel like that's just him misremembering or some shit. Cause like,
I
realistically,
can
it's
see
like,
that.
but it's like he makes fun of him. He's like, you're stupid. You're a dumb kid. You don't have any powers. You're not special. Get out of here. Then everybody just starts
Yeah.
laughing at him. It's kind of
Yeah.
I did burst out laughing when that happened. I do think that's
Yeah.
probably like, and it's still really well done. But I think it is probably the weakest part of the season is his backstory.
Yeah.
But truthfully,
Well,
he's
yeah,
more.
but then, because I mean, that doesn't make someone who would, you know, make a weapon to kill like 6 super people. But then he does end up killing his own father at 12, 13 years old.
Yeah, and he gets arrested and
Yeah, he goes to prison for 12 years. And then when he gets out, that's when he goes to find Victor, because he's been stewing in it in prison for 12 years.
yeah. And so that it's an interesting kind of dilemma there, and his plan, watching it unfold little by little, is very interesting. Like how he pays these guys to basically act like assholes. He pays them to do toxic masculinity.
Well, he pays them to fully beat him up.
Yeah, they get too drunk and take it a step farther though, where they start grabbing Victor's
true.
butt.
And then Victor ends up killing them kind of by accident.
Well, one of them stayed alive, but
one of them, and then he takes
But it gives
out the
him
other
like a
one.
deeper understanding of Victor's power, and then
Yeah.
what I think is also like, because you got Allison, who throughout most of this season is basically the only one that cares about Victor, because anytime Victor is like involved in this, you got this like Five's trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, and Luther is interested in what Five has to say. He's probably the only one entertaining what Five has to say, whereas the rest of them are all
Klaus
just off.
does too, but Klaus is high all the time.
Yeah, Klaus is an idiot. And you got them all kind of having this like whole thing, and Victor wants to be involved, and Luther just straight up says like, not now, the adults are talking. And he's kind of being a dick to Victor.
Ugh.
And the thing is, none of them really defend Victor. Like Diego, Five, not even. You know, it seems like they don't really take Victor that seriously, and that's partly because they don't know him. They don't really know him all that well. They never got to know him all that well. Their father figure wouldn't let them. And so the only person who wants to know Victor, who actually wants to break past that barrier and try to get to know Victor, is Allison. And we kind of learn, like, over the course of the series, since we find out that Victor has powers, that part of this is, in my opinion, at least this is my interpretation, Allison probably feels... Well, not for most of it. I feel like Allison didn't make that connection until, like, towards the end. But I think in some way they feel like they owe it to Victor because they're complicit in Victor not knowing that they have powers. Because Reginald, as we established, is terrified of Victor. And so they make Allison tell them they don't have powers.
Yeah, like use the power to tell Victor, like, I heard a rumor that you don't know you have powers, or you don't believe you have powers, something like that. And then also does that for the rest of the Umbrella Academy.
I think it was like you thought you were ordinary or something.
Yeah, yeah, that's what it was. Ugh.
And so,
but they're literally 4 when she does that.
It's really sad because, if you look at it, basically, like, it's kind of just building up to the point that Victor is kind of thrown into the background as like this unimportant character, and then you see this side plot developing, and you don't really know where that's going until that and Five's plot kind of collide. Mm-hmm. And you kind of come to find that Victor was the threat. Victor was this unserious character that you're not supposed to really consider as even they're like an afterthought. And then over the course of the series, it turns out they were the one that basically caused the end of the world. Yeah. And it plays into that trauma dynamic because basically, well, there's a few other things I want to talk about before we kind of get into the big battle, but basically the trigger for the finale is that Allison, who has been trying to support, literally, like, Allison spends this whole season trying to support Victor to the point where once they find, well, go ahead.
But it doesn't work because Allison is coming from a place of knowing better, and most people don't want to be told, like, hey, this new person that you're seeing that you really like is probably shitty, actually. Like, the average person doesn't want to be told that.
It just but starts... Now, oh, go ahead.
Like, you're being told that from your sister, who has powers, who is part of this group of your siblings that has always kind of looked down on you when you were a kid, and now they are telling you how to live your life. Like, you're not going to want to listen to that.
Yeah, and at first it's just vibes. Like, Allison is one of the few sane people who takes one look at this dude and is like, this guy's kind of fucked in the head. He's kind of weird. And I mean, you already...
well, like, she comes into Victor's apartment to, I think, see him or something, to talk to him.
She goes into Victor's apartment and sees him there.
Yeah, like, he's in there. Like, what are you doing here, bro? And, like, they haven't been, like, together. Like, I don't even think they're together at that point. I think they've met, like, 2 or 3 times. And this dude is in Victor's apartment.
Yeah, and he, we also, like, while he's having sex with Victor, see that he killed one of Victor's classmates in order to get Victor first chair in, like, band.
Yep.
Another fucked up thing about him. But, like, over the course of the show, Allison does more research on this guy because it's really bugging her, and then she finds out, yeah, he's a felon. He's, like, he killed his dad. He's a fucking freak. Yeah. And, so she spends a lot of the season trying to get in touch with Victor, and she's dedicated to saving her brother.
Yeah.
And then by the end, it's revealed that, we get that reveal that she took away Victor's powers.
Mm-hmm.
And, is my phone ringing? Okay, it's not. And, that leads to, like, the craziest moment in the whole season where Victor, basically Victor sees the truth too, that he's a piece of shit, and kills him. And then they have an interaction
that happens after what he does to Allison.
Oh, I guess I'm getting kind of... Okay, let me start this. Let me just cut that bit. So basically, like, Allison approaches him, and he is...
Yeah, so, Leonard Peabody has taken Victor out into, like, a fucking cabin in the woods to practice Victor's powers, and Allison eventually finds him there after, like, having to investigate where the fuck Victor went, and she's like, your boyfriend, literally killed someone, and Victor's like, what the fuck? Like, I halfway don't believe this, like, you've been hating this guy forever. Like, Victor thinks that she's trying to sabotage the small amount of happiness that he has. And he's, like, almost believing her, but he's like, I have powers, and Allison's like, what the fuck? Like, because she doesn't remember this at this point. She genuinely is like, what? And then
That's the moment where it clicks, and then she tells
like,
her, or she tells him that what happened, that when she was a child, she was forced to take away Victor's powers, and that sends Victor over the edge. And in this moment, like, it feels like an autistic meltdown almost, like an autistic coded kind of like freak out.
He's like, he's very upset, and he's accusing Allison of knowing this whole time, and they get into an argument, and Victor's powers are going crazy, and Allison's like, don't make me do this. And then she starts to say, I heard a rumor, and Victor kind of accidentally slashes her throat
with a violin string.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, during Victor's like meltdown, they're scary. They're so scary.
Yeah.
But like it feels like their inner child, like it feels like the meltdown of an autistic child almost.
Yeah.
Where they're getting like aggressive and like the screaming and like and it's not like it when you pair that with like unfathomable power, it's scary, you know?
That he hasn't had control over because he hasn't ever been allowed to gain control over
and he's off his meds.
Yeah.
So like after he does that, and of course like slashes her throat, and then like has the immediate regret. And it's like, when that happened, I did not expect that. I didn't think it would it would go that. It really takes you off guard. It's a shocking and brutal moment.
Yeah.
And it's just so like sad seeing how like Allison's on the verge of death, and they're just in shambles with guilt.
Victor's very upset about it, and I think because he didn't have full control over himself and didn't know his own strength. Like,
and that's what I mean, is that like, you know, they do fucked up shit in this show. And they don't mean to. It's just that it's a product of their childhood.
Yeah.
And what they've had to deal with.
And then Leonard comes in and is like, we gotta go.
We gotta hide.
Like, and actually, you see him fucking smiling in the background, which is crazy. Like, he comes in and he's like, oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
And then he's like, we gotta go. We gotta go.
So while this whole thing's getting set up, you got a couple other plot points. They're not really as important, but they are worth...
we're forgetting about Hazel and Cha-Cha.
Yeah, well, I was about to get to that.
We haven't mentioned
I was about to get to
Hazel
that.
and Cha-Cha. Yeah.
You got Hazel and Cha-Cha. They're here to hunt down 5. They're just 2 hitmen. Well, one of them's a black woman, and then the other one's a fat white man.
Yeah.
And I love these fucking characters so much. They're dynamic.
Yeah.
God, they bicker and bitch at each other, and they kill like it's Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I just gotta say, like, the action scenes are fantastic, you know.
They are.
The shootout in the store with all the mannequins while 5 is trying to find his lover. He's trying to... He got to this time when he's trying to find his lover. Or the crazy bit in the diner where he's fighting all those soldiers in the diner.
Yeah.
Or, like, there's a lot of, like, really, really... It's so well shot, so well edited. The choreography is always great. But basically, Hazel and Cha-Cha, they're just on their hunt for 5, and you basically get told that they've killed a lot of people. But I don't remember, which one's Hazel?
Hazel's the guy.
Okay, so it's kind of like they start on the same page at the start of the season, but then as the season progresses, they go in opposite directions.
Yeah.
Where Hazel starts to get more soft and starts to believe that this whole killing thing is wrong. I don't think it's necessarily the killing thing, but it's that they're meant to make sure the end of the world happens, because that is apparently a canon event that is supposed to happen. And at first they're both like, yeah, it's the job, we gotta do it, but then Hazel meets someone. Hazel meets an old lady at a diner. And they're so fucking cute. You know, fat white guy meets a woman who's really goddamn good at making donuts. Yeah. It's a match made in heaven.
Yeah. Well, and he's like, he's seeing her perspective on like the simplicity of life. And
The little things, you know.
yeah, that she just is living day by day, and she literally like enjoys bird watching and shit. Like she's very mindful, and he's like, you know what? I kind of haven't been enjoying myself at all, and my job sucks. Actually, that is part of it too, is that the fucking Time Corporation whatever is kind of like capitalistic nonsense.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about them very much because they're very important in season 2. So I'll save a lot of what I have to say about that corporate. You learn a little bit about them, but not much.
Yeah, but
it's
you
a
do
season
learn
2
that
thing.
he is mad about it, and that basically the higher ups that decide his pay and decide like what accommodations they get are never on the ground. Like they're not actually going out and being hitmen like everyone else. And it's very much like any corporation you can think of, in that he's like the small fish, and he's upset about it.
Cha-Cha, on the other hand, kind of veers in the opposite direction, where she progressively just gets more unhinged as the season runs along, to the point where by the end she fucking hates Hazel, and she's like willing to do anything she can to hurt this man.
Yeah. Well, I think she feels betrayed.
Yeah, because to her the job is all she's got. There's so many good scenes with these characters. You know, there's like, because we got like Klaus, and he's got his whole arc where they torture him and he comes, like there's choking him, and then he
I don't think he fully comes.
I think
he gets a boner.
Yeah, he got like horny.
Yeah.
And then like they instead torture him by wasting his drugs. And that gets him talking. And then like,
then eventually he is actually able to speak to the dead people that they've killed.
Yeah.
And one of them tells him something that the other one didn't know, and he ends up being able to distract them by making them argue with each other.
And he runs away with their suitcase, and then the suitcase takes him back in time, where he's like a soldier in war. It's kind of, at first you don't
in the
really
Vietnam War.
At first you don't really know what's going on until afterwards. But he spends a couple years in the Vietnam War. He meets a guy, and of course, as you know, he's gay. And then he comes back to this timeline, breaks the suitcase, so now Hazel and Cha-Cha have no way to get out. And now he's like, and what's so fascinating is that it explores this concept of like a whole arc off screen that he has to go through, that he's now affected by.
Yeah, you do see some of it, but yeah.
He's like, it fucks him up. He has trauma like affiliated with that, and that's like a fascinating thing that this kind of explores. And it like inspires him to get over his drug addiction almost. Like he basically locks himself.
Can't summon people on purpose while he's high.
He locks himself in a room, and
yeah, he wants to be able to summon his war partner who was killed on the field, and he can't do it because he's high.
Yeah. And then you've got Diego, most of his plot for this is that Hazel and Cha-Cha kill a cop lady that he's flirting with.
Yeah, they're like exes that he's still into.
Yeah, and you don't really know much about her. She's kind of not that interesting of a character, but
yeah, but he likes her.
All you know is that he pisses her off. She's annoying. And then she dies by Hazel and Cha-Cha. So he's on like a path of revenge.
Yeah.
To kill Hazel and Cha-Cha. And I mean, there's a few other important key plot points, but I feel like we're kind of dragging this out a bit. And honestly, like, it's so all over the place, it's so jumbled, but the characters are so entertaining. I liked like Luther eventually finds out that the whole moon landing thing was
a farce.
His dad didn't even open a single fucking letter he sent back to him.
Yeah.
So he did all that for nothing. It's just wasted time. He kind of devolves into a drug habit, and Klaus has like no idea how to comfort him.
Yeah, he goes to a club, and he does acid, I think, and he loses his virginity. And the girls at the club really like him because he's so big and hairy. So it's an interesting moment.
Yeah. And there's also like, I don't know, this show's fucking funny. This show is like one of the strongest parts of it is the dialogue, because there's like a part where Five and Klaus are working together to investigate this whole situation, and they hit a dead end because the guy won't let them. He won't cooperate. So Klaus grabs a globe, like Klaus.
Yeah, like a snow globe.
Well, Klaus first grabs his phone, calls for help, and then he grabs a snow globe, smashes it into his head, and then he's like, "They're gonna think you assaulted us if you don't help us." And, like, he's so insane.
He's unhinged, yeah.
Or, like, when he's wearing I look at the start, he's wearing, like, the dress, and he's like, it lets the bits breathe.
Yeah.
You know? And, and there's lots of other things we could go into, but not really, because, like, there's Diego has to shut down his robot mom, but then eventually she gets turned back on. And and there's also this stretch that I found kind of interesting too, where a lot of these plot points, like Klaus getting off drugs, Luther finding out about his father being a fucking liar, fucking what else was there? Diego shutting down his mom, turning her off. They get reiterated, and the reason is because they happen once, but then 5 undoes the timeline, and then we go back an episode.
Yeah. Well, the mom was fixed, actually. So the mom and the monkey know that Diego did it.
Yeah.
But they don't say anything to anyone else.
Yeah, everybody else is just like, my mom died. But...
Yeah.
Still, like, you see
Diego...
Diego...
they assume it was Hazel and Cha-Cha because they attacked
even
the
still,
house.
though, like, you see Diego discover that his mom is still around twice.
Yeah.
You see Luther find out, and that, I think, is kind of like... I get why they did that whole thing. Like, they wanted to show how these characters would actually react if the world did end.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes the ending of the show
Luther
fucking
and
dumb,
Allison
but anyway.
kissed. That happened in that day. I did like their dance scene. Their dance scene was very fun and cool, but did they have to be siblings?
Yeah.
Come on.
They're not blood related, so.
Okay. I'm gonna spoil a scene from season 2. Do you remember when they're talking about that? And Luther is like, we're not technically related. And Klaus is like, well, when you have to bring technically into it.
Oh yeah, this show's great. But either way, like, it's like an interesting way to have them kind of make peace with the end of the world, but then it gets undone by 5, which at the time I was like, it's kind of messy. It kind of makes the narrative a little repetitive. But it's like, it's still like a good scene.
Mm-hmm.
I like it less now knowing how the show ends.
Yeah.
Because now it just feels like delaying the inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess in a way is kind of what the whole show is, but either way.
Yeah.
Just... I think we're kind of ready to just talk about, like, towards the ending, basically, the ending, finale, because I can't really think of anything across this season to bring up that's worth the note, aside from that little criticism of, like, sometimes it gets a little repetitive because it's hard to keep up with what's going on now and what got undone and what, Yeah.
So, Victor slits Allison's throat, and then Leonard is like, we gotta go, and then they do go to Leonard's house.
And then Victor basically finds out that Allison was right, which probably makes them feel even worse about what they did to Allison, because Allison had been trying to warn them this whole time, and they just slit her throat, and so they kill Leonard. He
fully does a million fucking knives into Leonard. It was a pretty cool death.
He takes every fucking sharp object in the house and just stabs it all into Leonard.
Yeah. And he's kind of fully gone off the deep end at this point. He has zero control over his power. He's fully in I don't know, Super Saiyan mode for the rest of the show. Yeah,
and so the rest of it is basically everybody they realize, oh shit, Victor's got powers. They take out I should say Five and Luther and I think Diego or Klaus or one of them, just they find Allison. And then they take Allison home. And then Pogo, the monkey, saves her. Or no, not Pogo, because Luther literally tells him, like, you fucking stay away from her. You're a piece of shit. You've been lying to us this whole time. Stay the fuck back.
Yeah.
So I think they have the robot do it instead.
Yeah.
And there was even like a part where Pogo is like, you guys have to give blood. And Luther's like, I'll give my blood. And he's like, dude, you're part monkey. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
And so Klaus steps in. He's like, your body is so full of drugs that it's not a good idea. So I think it was like what, Diego that ends up giving blood?
Yeah, I think it was Diego, yeah.
And then at this moment, everybody kind of has different reactions to learning that, oh shit, Victor is the bomb. Klaus, I think, is like, well, like Klaus, you got Klaus, Allison.
Klaus is empathizing pretty good. Allison feels like it's her fault.
Well, I should clarify, because I didn't really mention this. Klaus has had Ben watching over him this whole time. And through all of this, Ben has been the one person that he still talks to. Even when he's doing drugs and shit, Ben is still around watching him tear himself apart. And so he has kind of like, over time, he kind of forms a bond with Ben. And I think it brings the best out of him. So now he's kind of in the phase, and after having to watch Luther basically get laid, he seems to he seems to care about them a lot more now that he's doing less drugs and has a more clear mind. But him and Allison are the most sympathetic to Victor, where they're like, okay, but like we all had fucked up childhoods. We all know what it's like, you know? I feel like I would have fucking...
And Klaus specifically says, like, what if he's really scared because he's got this new power and he doesn't know how to deal with it? Like, and this is after, well, I guess I wasn't correct that Victor is Super Saiyan mode for the rest of it, because he actually calms down after killing Leonard and goes to the house and... Yeah,
I was going to get into that, but...
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, no, you go.
Basically, they're like all, like, conflicted. They don't, like, Luther outwardly is like...
Luther's feeling protective.
Yeah, outwardly he's like, I understand that Victor is, a problem, but, like, I care about her, but, he's kind of a cover-up. And then, Diego, I think, doesn't really know how to feel. Diego's kind of freaked out by it a little bit.
Yeah.
So they get together, they try to come up with a plan. Eventually, like... Victor comes home and meets Luther and is like so distraught by what they did that they try to apologize, and they're like, Allison was right. And then Luther pretends to hug Victor, only to end up throwing Victor into the same chamber that his dad put him in. Again, reiterating that these people, they're not bad people, but they do bad things. Like Luther... Yeah. This is the fucked up moment for Luther, where he does the asshole thing, basically.
Yeah. And, like, he's doing it because he's scared, but him doing this is ultimately what causes...
I mean, if you really think about it, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. From the get-go, Reginald tried to prevent the end of the world, only to create it.
Yeah.
And so... That is the last straw for Victor, that sends him into Super Saiyan mode.
Because he fully has, like, a full PTSD episode. He's talking with his inner child, who's like,
oh, yeah,
that's always thought we were weak,
another
blah,
thing.
Blah, blah. They always thought we were, we didn't have a power, whatever.
This show,
now you're strong.
I gotta say, that scene in particular, but most of this show, really, this show's super fucking anime. It's so anime, like,
yeah.
And, basically, like, where was I going with this? So, after that, basically, that triggers Victor into their Super Saiyan mode. So now they're gonna go play a symphony at a concert and destroy the world. And
Yeah,
so the
so-
team have to get together and stop Victor. That's basically the plot of the last episode.
Yeah, like he breaks out of the thing, and he kills the monkey because the monkey did know the whole time. Oh, his
Oh,
name's
yeah.
Pogo. That's his name.
I said Pogo multiple times throughout the video, you silly
Oh.
Billy.
Okay.
And it's so funny because he throws Pogo onto the moose thing that Reginald had in his office. He throws him up on the moose antlers.
Yeah, and he ends up like crucified,
Yeah.
which is crazy. And then yeah, he takes the bus to go to the recital where he's the first chair.
As this is kind of going on, you've got just briefly, and I'll brush over this, but Hazel and Cha-Cha, their arc is kind of like wrapping up too, because Hazel is basically, he's officially decided, I'm done with this. Cha-Cha wants to kill the girl that he's fallen in love with, and the reason like he's officially given up is because he finally got the order, which was sent from Five, because Five is a fucking maniac, to kill Cha-Cha, and then Cha-Cha got the same order to kill Hazel. And that's what made him finally question, like, this is my partner. I've worked with her my whole life, you know, like, why would I kill her?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, at the end, I mean, truthfully, I feel like they don't amount to much, which sucks, because they're such fantastic characters.
Yeah. Yeah.
And especially Hazel's arc is so good.
Yeah.
And I feel like it didn't get a lot of justice in the end. They just basically... Well, we'll get into that. He, like, crashes a car with her in it and sends her through the fucking dashboard
Yeah.
to get away from her and betrays her last minute.
Yep.
We brushed over a scene I really liked, too, where for a temporary bit, they think that the world... Like, before all this happens, when they find out that Leonard is dead, Five thinks the world isn't going to end. He's like, okay, he's dead. Problem solved.
Yeah.
And then he and Hazel have a drink together, and I thought that scene was very good. Where they have like they're enemies, but they have a heart-to-heart. And even Diego's coming in trying to kick his ass, they just knock him out. And it's just like treated as like a joke.
Yeah, and then Hazel ends up giving them the gun that killed Diego's girlfriend because at this point in the story, Diego is being accused of being the one that killed her.
Yeah.
So they want the gun to like clear his name, and Hazel does give the gun.
Hazel's probably my favorite character. One of my favorites for sure. Fantastic character. I wish he was in the other seasons. He's not, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But they did him justice. Cha-Cha not so much, but
yeah.
It is what it is. Basically what happens at the end is that they all go to stop Victor, and they do. To an extent. Victor fights them off pretty good. Their plan doesn't really work, so they have to kind of just go for a backup. I think what happened in the end is that one of them was behind Victor the whole time.
It was Allison, yeah.
And
because Allison the whole time was just like, let me talk to Victor. And in the end, they're like, Victor has picked up all of the other siblings except Allison. And Allison is behind Victor with a gun. And
for a minute, Allison's like thinking about killing Victor. They have the gun at Victor's head, and they've been given this whole like, oh, Victor has to die. It's for the greater good because Victor's a danger now. Blah blah blah. But Allison doesn't want to fucking do that. So what they do instead is they just put the gun next to Victor's ear and shoot, and it fucking hurts their ear so bad that I mean,
well, and it's because Victor's power is based off like resonance, like sound. That's why the music does it, and like the wind and anything.
It has to be a
consistent sound.
Has to be a consistent sound.
Yeah.
So that disrupts it, and then Victor, which that's also very autistic coded. Victor fucking falls to the ground, but before they do, a beam.
All of their power is expelled. Yeah.
A beam comes from their chest, and it shoots the moon, and that is what makes the end of the world.
Yep.
And it's basically Five gets put in this awkward position where now he has to join hands with everybody, with Victor, and quickly think of a way out of this. And so he's like, we'll go back to the past to undo this. Unfortunately, it will mean that Victor will always be the reason the world ends.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. And that's kind of, it just ends on a cliffhanger, basically. They teleport.
Because at first, they're like gonna accept it, that the world is ending. And then 5 is like, but we can go back in time and make sure this doesn't happen. And they're just like, okay, fuck it. I mean, that's kind of our only option at this point.
Yeah. And that is what is how the season ends. It ends on a cliffhanger, which I imagine watching this for the first time. Well, you don't have to imagine. I think you did.
Yeah, I did.
That cliffhanger, like, fuck you, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, I was kind of happy about it because it meant they didn't die.
Yeah. It's such a great cliffhanger. And honestly, like, hearing about season 4 makes me so sad going back over this. And,
Yeah.
Because this is great. You know, it's messy. You know, it's very all over the place in terms of, like, I know that if you're, like, the type where you value plot consistency, God, you're going to have a field day with this. Because,
Yeah.
in terms
Well,
of, like...
And, like, it's messy, but at the same time, it knows the story, the main story it wants to say, and there are things that hint to it, and that show that it was put in action from the very beginning throughout the whole season.
That's what makes
like-
this the best season, in my opinion, is that
Yeah.
it has it's the most cohesive. It's the most, like, this event leads to this event, leads to this event, leads to... And it all very natural progression. And it's messy, but what carries this show is not the logical consistencies that, you know, it's not like a show like Monster where it's like, well, that's because Monster's a realistic fiction, but it's not like Monster where the strategies and the consistencies is all part of, like, this larger whole, and it has, like, a natural progression, because it does have a natural progression, but in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
It's carried more by themes and by characters and dialogue and that sort of thing. So even though, like, yes, the story, like, because I feel like people value, like, every story needs to make sense. I don't think so. I think if you have likable, lovable characters that you get attached to, and they're fun to watch, and you're entertained, I think the goal is to entertain.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think this...
and it's to make you feel something.
And yeah, and this show definitely hits.
Yeah.
I didn't, like, cry on this rewatch, but I cared for these characters. I wanted to see them succeed.
Yeah.
Even when they had their moments of weakness or they would do something wrong.
Yeah,
I
I remember back in season 1, I really didn't like Luther because I was a Victor stan and I was like, how dare you? But as, like, seasons 2, mostly season 2, I liked Luther a lot more. So.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you know, I like them all, to be honest. I like all 7 of them.
Mm-hmm.
I just think, like, the writing's really good. It's really tight. It looks gorgeous. It's probably one of the prettiest shows Netflix has ever released.
Yeah.
Overall, I just think it's a great first season. It's just unfortunate that it got seasons after this.
Yeah. Well, I think season 2 was, like, about the same quality.
Yeah. I'd say season 2 is
After
about
that.
the closest they ever get to... It just kind of felt like more of season 1, to be honest, when I first watched it. Season 3 is about where the dip starts to...
Yeah, like,
happen.
season 3 was just kind of monotonous. And then season 4 was a train wreck.
So I guess this is where I do the ratings part.
Yeah.
8 out of 10.
Yeah, I'd say 8 or 9 for season 1 specifically.
Yeah, it's probably gonna go down every every season.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see how, because I gotta rewatch season 2, but
yeah, I'm so excited for you to see season 4. I feel like it's gonna make you really angry.
you think it'll make me as angry as the boys did? Because that shit, I could not
no,
shut up.
because you don't care about it as much as you cared about the boys, but
It was kind of equal there for a bit.
yeah, I mean, it'll definitely, yeah, like it's not like problematic in the same way that the boys is, Like, you're not gonna have a moment where, like, one of the characters is blaming the other one for being sexually assaulted, but it's just bad.
It's gonna piss me off. I've been watching a lot of
Yeah.
mid. We'll be back. I don't know if I'm gonna condense all these into one big video or not, but thank you for watching. We'll see you in the next video.
Boy.
Okay, so we talked about season 1. Now we're talking about season 2, but of the Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil.
No.
Watchmen by Tim.
No.
Watchmen if it was made by Tim Burton.
Yeah.
The Boys if it wasn't as annoying but was still not that good.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you think of season 2 of the Umbrella Corporation?
Stop it. I think it was the last season that had the full essence of Umbrella Academy.
Yeah.
I think 3, it wasn't bad, but it didn't feel exactly like Umbrella Academy. And then, yeah, you haven't seen 4 yet, but bad, really bad.
Yeah, so, okay. I also think this is where the problems start. Because, I mean, the first season wasn't perfect, but, I mean, it had, like, a tight, cohesive structure. This one doesn't feel as tight. This one feels a little more all over the place.
Yeah.
But it's damn entertaining. And also, I definitely think, like, this one justifies the Watchmen comparisons. Because this whole thing, for some reason, like, it basically picks up where the last one left off. Where 5 somehow scatters them across the timeline, and they all end up in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And 5 ends up in the basically they brought the apocalypse with them, and the apocalypse this time is a nuclear war. And I'll admit, I did kind of cringe a little bit with the opening scene of them, like, in the war, and it felt like the beginning of a Marvel movie.
Yeah.
The way they're all, like, jumping in and doing the pose felt a little corny. But then, like, when the way the plot basically unravels is what's his name, fucking Pogo, not Pogo, fucking Hazel or Cha-Cha, I don't remember which one. Hazel. He is like, hey, you didn't save the world like you thought you did. I'm here to help you. Here's a briefcase. Go get your friends. Go back in time, get your friends, and save the world properly this time. And then he gets shot.
Yeah. He fucking dies.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's why, like, I forgot that he, like, died. But he got his good ending because he got to live with that one girl for a long time. Yeah, he outlived her because she died, and then he grew old. But they had a little happily ever. So there's some good endings in this series, at least some.
Yeah.
Even if he did die, he still got his good ending. So.
Yeah. I mean, whether that's reversed by the very end of the show, I don't know, but yeah.
There is a timeline that exists in which he got to. I don't know, I'm not even trying to make sense of the fucking timeline of this show.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even gonna bother.
Yeah.
So basically, there are a few key components here that make this kind of its own thing. But once again, it's like kind of an examination of the characters, and it's like an interesting little question of, like, what would happen if I just plopped this character into the 60s? How would they react to it? Where would they fit in that specific culture? What would happen to them? Like, how would their life be? And that is an interesting idea, and it makes me think about that question for most stories now, where I'm like, what would happen if you just take, like, half of the cast of Watchmen and you just plop them in the 60s? Or if you take, like, characters from The Boys, you just plop them in the 60s.
Yeah. Yeah, so like Victor loses his memory and at the time becomes a lesbian. Um
At the time becomes a lesbian. They're basically straight now, but it's kind of funny that
trans man now.
it's kind of funny that Victor is like queer representation in two different ways.
Yeah.
So, good character for like lesbian fans, but also a good character for trans fans.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely
and then-
probably one of the best characters in the show. But basically, yeah, it's like they get saved by a country girl. She's bad as fuck, and
Yeah,
she's in an
she
unhappy marriage with you're basically just the most perfect representation of your average man in the 60s.
Yeah. Where, like, he's not, like, outright abusive, but he's just shitty. He's just a misogynist of the times. Like,
Yeah, like, and he's a fascinating character to me, because, like, I remembered him as, like, just ignorant, but then I realized there was, like, a lot of depth to him that, you know, like, they definitely want you to understand him, for sure.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's...
yeah, and it's funny because they do pull from a few different tropes of the time, like, with their son, he specifically tells her, like, I never blamed you for the boy, because back then they did blame mothers for their sons being autistic. They did think it was because
And
their mothers were too cold.
The son is autistic. He is, like, a very, like, severe case of autism. He's not the Transformers kind of autism. He's, like, the, like, easily overstimulated type of autism.
Yeah.
High
nonverbal.
functioning. Yeah. As autistic representation, I mean, he's a kid. The kid is he's a kid, so it's like
Yeah, well, and I think for
there's
the
not really a
time,
lot to
it's
say
kind of-
about it, but for the time, yeah, like it
Yeah.
hits all the right beats. It's just like if you're expecting me to say this is like one of the best autistic characters ever, I mean,
Yeah.
he's kind of more of a plot device if anything, but
Yeah, I see that.
you know, it's fine. Like for what he represents, he does his job for sure. It's more about the queer relationship between Victor and the country girl. I love
and
you.
her name's Sissy, which
Sissy,
is kind of
yeah.
fun.
And she's just, you know, a badass and a country girl, and we love her.
Yeah.
From there,
And
you've got... Oh, go ahead.
She really cares about her son, and that's part of why there's a rift between her and the husband, because the husband wants to send him away to like a institution.
And if you remember, institutions back then gave lobotomies to people like that.
Yeah, really not bad. Really not bad. Really
And-
not good.
Which that takes me to the next character, who is in an institution, because it's Diego. And as you know, Diego is a fucking moron. And he immediately is like, oh, I'm in the 60s? Oh, I'm gonna stop Kennedy from getting assassinated. That's my calling. I'm gonna do that. With,
Yep.
you know, no regard for how this would affect the timeline or change things or what.
Yeah.
And he cares about that through the whole season, to the point where the series itself has to kind of just like knock him out to get you to stop worrying about it.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
he obsesses over that of saving Kennedy throughout the whole thing, which I
Yeah.
think
and
shows
of course
his
no one believes him.
Yeah.
And I think he has like delusions and like psychosis.
and he gets put
So
in
they
a
put him in an institution.
he gets put in an institution, gaslit like crazy, and there's a bad bitch in there named
Yeah.
Lila,
Yeah.
and they kind of form a little. I realized, even though I'm not that invested in the relationship, I realized that there was like crazy good chemistry, the kind of chemistry you don't really see in a lot of romances
Yeah.
these days. Like when I think about this in comparison to like The Boys, I'm like, these characters are horny as fuck for each other, and they're funny and they're likable, and the way they bounce off of each other is really like they've got chemistry.
Yeah. Well, and they have like angst and like complexity to it, but they still like each other, which makes it more impactful.
Well, it's like, yeah, and it doesn't take long to like ship them either. And I compare this to like how they handled, say, Frenchie and Kimiko from The Boys, which is a similarly angsty relationship about two people that are kind of broken and like each other, but like it's a very shitty relationship. Like it sucks ass.
And they were like, no, we're just gonna be friends. Oh no, never mind.
Yeah. So I mean it was definitely nice finally seeing like a good romance dynamic in a superhero TV show.
Yeah.
Considering how many crappy ones I've seen.
Yeah.
And then like fuck, what else is there? Klaus basically becomes a prophet. He becomes like he basically becomes like a hippie cult leader, which is the most fitting. Like,
it is, and he literally uses lines from songs that don't exist yet as his like mantras.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they're literally stolen from songs that don't exist yet.
Yeah. And he becomes like, they treat him like a prophet, and they leave their homes and all that. And then along with him, you've got his brother still. So I like how they characterized his brother. They gave him more depth where you kind of start to feel for him, because he's basically, he falls in love with one of the people that joins his cult. And he also, like, later, we'll talk about it later, but he has like a good moment with Victor later on in the season that was it made me cry. It was very touching. So you kind of feel bad for him, because you know that his soul is still here and it's still lingering, because he doesn't like the way that, like, he doesn't like watching his family go through this, but he's also terrified of like going into the light and moving on. And that's well and good, but I found him slightly annoying this season. Because
he was fighting with Klaus a lot too.
Yeah, it was like there were so many points where he fights with Klaus that there were points where it's like he's not even fighting about anything anymore. He's just bitching about Klaus for no reason. Like, Klaus isn't even doing anything. He's bitching about him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Jesus Christ, shut up. But overall, I liked how they characterized him. And then you got Luther becomes a boxer for a mafia guy.
Yeah. Which is insane. I mean, that plotline didn't really go very far, but it was funny.
Yeah. And then you got Allison, who fittingly becomes, because she's black, becomes a victim of racism almost immediately. Like, within minutes of arriving, these white guys, like, she gets kicked out of some diners, and she's a little confused, because she's like, what the fuck? Like, I was allowed to go into diners beforehand, and now I can't. And then she ends up in the, I think, like, the wrong bar or something. These white guys see her, and they're basically, I mean, I read it as, like, they're getting a little rapey, and they're, like, chasing after her, and she runs away, and she...
Yeah, and they're mad because they're trying to talk to her, and she can't talk back. She can't, like, say hi. So they think she's being rude, but it's
because her throat got slashed.
Yeah.
And so she runs away, ends up in a like a hair salon that's like a black-owned business, and she becomes a part of a political activism resistance. And like,
she gets married.
She gets married to a black guy from that time period.
A black man who does not know that she has powers, or that she is not from this time.
I love him. I love him and his reactions to everything that goes on. He is such an entertaining character.
Yeah.
Especially like later, there's a point where he finds out about Barack Obama, and he's like, "So you're telling me, no kidding, there's a fucking black guy in the office in the future?"
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. This
Yeah.
season's quite good. A lot of it is like, I think the first half is dedicated to trying to figure out where everyone is and get the gang back together, and they really don't want to get back together because a lot of them have felt abandoned by Five, and they think Five is crazy because he's spouting his end of the world bullshit again.
Yeah.
And
basically they find out that the end of the world happens because it's Victor's fault kind of again.
yes. It's
And
always going to be Victor's fault, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
But basically...
And I think at first they don't know how, but yeah.
Basically, like, it's trying to get the gang together, trying to find out how the world ends, and then from there trying to figure out how to stop it. But it's kind of like up and down with, like, because like I said, there's all these different plot threads going on at the same time. So some of them get a lot of attention. Allison's in particular gets a lot of attention, and then some of them really don't. Luther's comes to mind. Then on top of that, go ahead.
Even Five doesn't really get like that much screen time.
Yes, that was something he really, I mean, he gets quite a bit of attention this season, but I felt like he was kind of underutilized this season, especially like some of the big moments, like where he's trying to sort out a deal with basically in season 1 there was this lady introduced, this blonde lady who
the
handler, and she ran the commission, and he's trying to like cut a deal with her, and then like there's this whole point where he does a mission for her, but he finishes it so fast that it's like it leaves almost no impression.
Well, I mean, I thought the fight scene was still cool.
It was cool, but it's like it felt like it could have taken a little more time. But I just think that's because it's like this series is handling so much at once that it's kind of hard to balance it all.
Yeah.
It's hard to even know how to...
And then, of course, it falls through because she's like, okay, you have 90 minutes from now to get your siblings together and go back to the past.
Does he?
Like, what the fuck? I don't know where they are.
And does he get them together? Nope.
Nope. He gets, like, 2 of them.
Yeah.
And the rest are caught up in something.
Yeah, there's, like, this consistent... It feels like it's very unpredictable, I'll give it that, although at points it feels like kind of just a hopeless struggle.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to know how to even structure this one because it's messier than season 1 for sure. It doesn't have that tight, like, question and then answer. It's like several questions, and some of them get answers and some of them don't.
Yeah.
So I don't know, who do we want to go into first? Say Victor goes last because Victor's kind of core to the whole.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of went into Allison a bit. I don't know if you want to go into more.
Yeah, Allison's was an interesting, probably one of the more interesting arcs in the season because she's, like I said, she becomes an activist. It gets a lot of commentary on racism in the 60s and how she and her group go to a coffee shop or like a diner or whatever where they're not allowed to be there, and they demand to be served as a protest. Your typical like what you saw with like Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King and stuff like that, where more Rosa Parks, like the sitting in the front of the bus and saying like, no, I'm not, I want to sit here.
Yeah.
Kind of that sort of thing. And it escalates into this whole situation where
well, basically I think the server spills coffee on her, and so she gets up like really quickly, and then they're like, oh, she's like fighting back, she's fighting us, it's a riot, and then they turn it violent, like the servers. And
Yeah.
they bring cops in, and her husband ends up being hit by a cop.
Yeah, he's like beating him. He's beating him to death. So he's beating the shit out of him, and she's begging him to stop. So, and keep in mind, she slowly got her voice back because getting, I guess, transported to the past took her to a time before she got her throat slashed. So her throat's back to normal. I don't know really how that works, but
no, I think it just healed. Like it was still slashed, but it just her vocal cords had time to heal because she'd been there for like years at that point.
Well,
like 5 had only been there 7 days, but she had been there for years, like 3 or 4 years, something like that.
Yeah. Either way, she then, now that she's got her voice working and all that, she uses her power after a long time of not using it because she didn't want to use it because she knew the repercussions that would come for that. She uses it to save her husband, and from there, that kind of destroys her credibility among them.
Yeah, because her husband's like, what the fuck did you say to him? Why would this cop stop just because you asked him to? Like,
it's a mixture of things, really, but a lot of it has to do with race, where it's like, you just told a white cop to stop beating on me, and he stopped and went away. That's kind of sus. But also, you've got a lot of siblings that are white, too. And they've been showing up, asking about you, asking where you are. One of them is, like, a cult leader.
Yeah.
So...
one of them's this big dude who has, like, a strange attachment to you.
Yeah. And so, that kind of, like, destroys her credibility and all that. And makes things much more difficult for her. And it's like one of those moments where you're like, you're kind of feeling for her because you don't blame her for all the decisions she had to make. But at the same time, it's like, this isn't her time.
Yeah.
But I do think that with season 1 having her be like a celebrity who feels a little bit detached from a lot of the world, season 2 has her confront the reality of history and how it was for people of color, and I think that's an interesting direction to take her character for sure. Definitely gets her a lot more.
It's kind of like, because she had already been kind of humbled by the end of season 1 with, you know, getting her throat slashed, but also she like believed it was her fault that she got her throat slashed. So like, she was humbled then, but the show just kind of keeps punishing her, and in ways that are really unfair. Like, it makes sense, and it is a good storyline, but it's like, damn, she really went through it in this one.
Yeah. Although they all kind of get punished. They all go through a lot of shit this season.
And then, so he doesn't trust her for a bit, and then she eventually, I don't remember what happened in between, but she eventually does sit him down and explain that.
And that leads to the thing I was talking about with Obama and how he's like baffled. He's like, you're from the fucking future. You got this power. And so there's like this scene I thought was really interesting where they go back to that same diner. And this is after like all the things have settled down. He got arrested, but then he I guess he gets bailed out by Klaus.
Yeah, Klaus has like someone, like, connections, I guess, because he's a cult leader. He has connections, and gets him bailed out.
But either way, he basically I mean, for one, he's like, what the fuck, like, but she shows him the power, and she goes to the diner, the same one that they were at when they were protesting, and she like kind of tortures the guy a little bit, like gets revenge.
She kind of does the same thing to him in that she makes him spill hot coffee all over himself.
Yeah, although in this case it's worse because she just tells him to keep pouring, and he can't disobey.
Yeah, he can't stop.
And he is like blistering his fucking fingers,
Yeah.
and she's just like, keep pouring that hot coffee.
Yeah.
And so you kind of see
the power kind of going to her head, which is why she stopped in the first place.
Yeah.
But
so
yeah, well, and then before that, they also go to like a suit place, and she makes the white owner of the place, or I don't know, worker, who's like, we don't let black men try on our suits in the store. She's like, no, you're gonna do it, and they do, and he like does like a whole fucking fashion show trying on all these different suits.
Yeah. And so like, I think it was kind of inevitable that her arc in season 3 was gonna happen. I just have issues with the way but that's for the season 3 video. I have issues with the way they executed it.
Yeah.
But
like, her having issues was gonna happen. It's just the way they portrayed her issues that was not good.
yeah, I think she's supposed to be like a foil to Victor, especially this season as well, because it's like, well, she's got they both basically get involved in political like issues in the 60s. They get put in the middle of a conflict they never asked for.
Yeah.
But Allison starts as like a kind person and slowly becomes corrupted by trauma, whereas Victor starts as an angry, dejected person and slowly kind of becomes a better, kinder person.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see that this season. But
Yeah.
we'll talk about Victor here in a second. Klaus, a lot of his arc is kind of around him needing to take responsibility, because you knew in season 1 he was an irresponsible asshole.
Mm-hmm.
And go ahead, speak real quick. I want to see if I'm picking up your voice.
Wee woo.
Okay. And so season 2 is about him basically learning responsibility, because he, like I said, he forms this cult, and now he's trying his damnedest to get the fuck away from it.
Yeah.
And he also spends a lot of his time trying to save the boyfriend that he got. We said in season 1 that he got trapped in another timeline, and he fell in love with a man who died in Vietnam. And so he's trying to save him and keep him from entering the war.
He's trying to be like, you're gay. And well, he doesn't outright say that, but he looks gay, and this guy and his uncle kind of clock him as such, but
Literally.
he's like, yeah, but he's like, you're gonna go to Vietnam and you're really gonna regret it, so please don't do that. And this dude's like, what the fuck? Like, no, I'm supposed to do that. And his uncle's like, punch the queer.
Yeah.
Punch the queer.
Yeah, so
and makes him punch Klaus.
basically you can see that the man that he fell in love with is gay, but he's in denial of his queerness because toxic masculinity, you know how the 60s were. And we talk about the 60s like it was significantly worse, and in a way it kind of was, but gay people existed back then, and they had to deal with a lot of issues like this. Issues that are similar to the ones we deal with today, but definitely like more severe. And so he's basically trying to get him to realize who he is and go to Vietnam, and it's very sad. It's very gay. It's very...
and it ends up being like a tragedy because he ends up going and getting
he ends up
sooner.
he ends up speeding up the process in his pursuit to stop it, which is kind of partly the theme of the whole show itself, where we often meet our destiny on the path we take to avoid it.
Yeah.
But it's very sad because it's like you could see, like a lot of the other characters, Klaus is trying to change something that he has no control over for selfish reasons, and instead he's trying to avoid his responsibilities with his cult and with his people. And I mean, yeah, it's kind of straightforward, you know. I do like the little scene where he comes to talk to him, because he really wants to figure out what this guy's angle is. Like, what's his deal?
Yeah, he comes to the cult
Yeah.
to be
And
like, what the fuck did you mean?
He's
back
like,
there?"
you know a lot about me. He's like, I know that you like this and you like this, and then he's like, and your favorite book is Dune. He's like, that's not true. I've never read Dune. And he's like, oh, when you read it, he's gonna blow your mind. You're gonna, which I thought was adorable.
Yeah.
But it's another sad arc in this whole thing. I definitely think this season, like last season, kind of lightly dabbled in it, but this season does the marginalized representation very, very well. Because it's like you got Victor, and by extension, country girl, Sissy,
and their autistic son.
and then you got Klaus, and of course you got Allison's whole arc and her husband, who is absolutely.
And I mean the fact that Diego does immediately go to a psych place is kind of
Yeah, they also talk about what mentally ill people had to deal with. Because he's basically, it shows you how bad psych wards were.
Yeah.
How he was gaslit
And I mean,
a lot.
the fact that he's brown is part of why he went to the psych ward.
Yeah.
Because they were much more punishing to people of color who acted mentally ill in public.
Yeah. And then, honestly, the most baffling thing is how Five was able to get around without, like, some person being like, you need to go back to school. What are you doing outside of the school? Like, I'm surprised they never dealt with, like, the struggles of teenagers in the 60s with Five.
Yeah.
But I understand.
Honestly, they would have just had to make him kill all of them because he would have got so annoyed by being constantly referred to as a, like, young teenager.
Yeah, but they keep pushing that joke where he's mentally older than everybody else, so he's always, like, treating people like they're younger, even... Like, he has a dream... so Reginald is in this, and it's revealed that he's had ties to Kennedy's assassination or something like that.
Yeah. He's there.
And he doesn't get a lot of attention, but there's a point where he has a drink with Five, because he respects him the most of the Umbrella Academy. Because all of them try to get in touch with him at different points in the series, so he has a little sit-in with all of them, and he doesn't respect any of them except for Five. Because Five is the one that is the most mentally mature.
Even then, though, at the end of it, it's revealed that the only one he still adopts is Ben. So he still doesn't adopt Five.
Well,
like,
that's because Reginald's a fucking bastard. I'm gonna depart a little bit and talk about Reginald here. Although I should probably finish talking about the Umbrella Academy first, and then talk about Reginald, and then talk about Victor. So, I'll talk about Reginald in a second. But he's a bastard, and they reiterate that a lot in this season, where they show you kind of his personal life in the 60s. But back to the Umbrella Academy. You got Diego and Lila. Diego, like I said, he's obsessed with saving Kennedy.
Yep.
Lila is she's kind of his counterpart at first, where she's like the crazy, quirky girl.
Yeah.
But then you find out she's kind of a traitor, where she's spying on them and trying to get close to them, and she's answering to what's her name again? The handler, yeah.
Yeah. And the handler is kind of her mom.
Yeah. And the handler also, or like, I don't know if it was the handler or just basically the handler has this whole situation where she got demoted because of her failure to stop Five. Yep. She gets demoted by this unique, like, fish character. It's literally just a fish tank, and he smokes cigarettes. Like, he injects, like, smoke through a cigarette into his tank and just huffs it.
Yeah.
And he's literally
it's
just
never explained how that works.
It's
But
not.
yeah, he's literally like a goldfish. In
It's
fish
just
tank on
a
top of
a
the-
funny idea that they just included because it was funny,
Yeah.
and he's basically taken her spot, and so she wants to get back to her spot. So that's what leads to that whole deal with Five.
Mm-hmm. And he
But-
kills him and the whole board.
Well, he doesn't
That-
kill him. He keeps him in a
Oh yeah,
baggie.
he puts the goldfish in a bag.
But that's kind of her complex. Is she wants to get back on top. She misses the
Yeah.
power, and then
And
her
It
daughter.
does kind of work for a time.
You kind of learn that she's like manipulative because you learn that she ordered the kill on Lila's parents. Five
Yes.
did it,
And Lila doesn't know that.
and so she adopted Lila, and Lila thinks that she kind of just she uses Five as a scapegoat for all that, where she
Yeah.
manipulates Lila into thinking Five was the one who wanted to do it the whole time.
Yeah.
Uh,
For some reason. For some strange reason, this assassin specifically had it out for her parents.
Yeah. But you kind of there's like some internal issues with the commission, which made me realize what the issue with season 3 was, which is the commission stops being relevant,
Yeah.
even though they could keep going with the commission.
Yeah, because they do, like, at the end of season 2, they do have a new leader for the commission, and they're still, like, doing shit. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Either way. Back to Diego. So, like, a lot of it is him dealing with learning to trust Lila and this kind of back and forth of, like, I like you, but I don't trust you, and then I trust you again, but then you betray me, and it's, you know.
Yeah, and there's, like, weird moments where Lila kind of, like, she's supposed to protect Five over Diego, and she does a couple times, even though she's supposed to be in love with Diego, so Diego's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And so, I think it's handled pretty decently. It's definitely not the highlight for me. I thought the part about how he's treated in the insane asylum was interesting. I like them getting into hijinks and all that shit together.
Yes.
Very much a power couple.
Yeah.
But he doesn't get as much depth this season as the others.
Yeah.
Especially his bit where he's like obsessed with saving Kennedy gets really fucking annoying after a while.
Yeah.
Because he
well,
won't-
Especially because, like, it's explained to him that, like, you can't fucking do that because you're gonna ruin something. And they do think that that is what causes the war, is that he's saved somehow, and they do kind of imply that that's what.
I mean, to a
They
lesser
can cause
extent,
the
that
war?
is what causes the war, because
I mean,
It's-
it's not really, though, because it's actually. They think that Victor going Super Saiyan mode was a bomb
yeah,
from the Russians.
yeah, and then it leads to a whole situation where they think,
Because if you want to talk about Victor now.
well, isn't there who all we talk about? We talked about Klaus, Allison. We didn't talk about Luther yet.
Yeah.
Most of his depth comes from the others, like.
Yeah, he does go and see the dad.
Yeah, so he gets to well, they all do, but
Yeah, but he goes, like, separately, doesn't he?
I don't remember. I know that for a minute there he's like kind of demotivated, but he becomes a boxer for the mafia and they're kind of using him, but he gets a lot more hardened, and he's the first one, I think, that actually reunites with Victor, and Victor doesn't remember him, and he apologizes. And
Yeah.
Sissy is like baffled to see this because she's like, men don't apologize. But he becomes a much more likable character in this season as opposed to the last one.
No,
And-
he was cute in this season. He made me like him because I really didn't like him in the first one.
Yeah. There's like a part where he basically, like, after he reunites with Victor, he then tries to reunite with Allison because, as we established, he is in love with her. But he finds out that she's got a man, so he goes into
Yeah,
this.
that she's married to.
He goes into this mentally ill, self-harm, emo moment where he's in a boxing match. He wants the other guy to beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
And that causes him to lose, and therefore the mob boss guy doesn't want anything to do with him anymore.
Yeah.
So that's kind of it. That's basically his arc. After that, he just kind of goes with the team and reunites with the Umbrella Academy because his whole connection to this time period has been severed, so he doesn't have anything. But I'll say it's funny when he's like trying to look for Allison. He's like shouting Allison, and this fucking crackhead comes up next to this homeless crackhead, starts shouting Allison too.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And then he starts. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, the comedy is pretty good, I would say. I will say I don't like. So season 1 for the most part was like tight for all of it. The dialogue was really good and really funny, really unhinged. This season it has that same charm, but there's like cute moments where you see them together and then they're like talking about how we suck at love. Like all of us have shitty love lives.
Yeah.
And they're like dancing and it's cute and adorable.
Yeah.
It's really easy to get attached to these characters.
And they're like talking about how Allison or Luther is in love with Allison or something like that. And they make fun of it, and Allison's like, hey, we're not technically related. Anytime you have to say technically...
That was Klaus. Klaus was like, yeah. No, but I will say that kind of leads me to, there's a lot of moments that were cringe. From like secondhand embarrassment, characters embarrassing themselves.
Yeah.
That were kind of a little hard to watch. It led to things like, I kind of skipped past the whole scene, like some of the scenes where Klaus is trying to save his boyfriend because he's making an ass of himself. And then there's like a whole fucking stretch where Klaus's brother takes over his body and rizzes up one of the followers.
Oh my god.
And they're like,
that was crazy.
Yeah, they're like getting barefoot and rolling around in the dirt, and then she's like, you want to fuck?
Yeah.
And that kind of made me cringe a little bit.
That's cult life. That's 50s cult life.
That's true, but kind of made me cringe a little bit. And there's other part. There's like a whole section where there's like since the plan with what's her nuts, the fucking handler.
The handler.
Didn't work. Five and Luther are like, okay, let's go get the current version of me's briefcase and go find the older Five.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty entertaining dynamic where it's like Luther doesn't even know who to side with because it's like they're both Five, right? So
yeah,
we could have this older Five or we could have this younger Five. The younger Five I reunited with sooner, but the older Five is like, his plan is stupid. Like, you could just come with me. Like, you don't even need to worry about him. He's insignificant. And it talks about how, since nobody really knows what would happen if you met yourself in the past, it talks about the side effects. And the side effects include farting, which made me cringe.
Yeah, farting, paranoia, sweating.
Yeah.
So they're like arguing with each other, all paranoid, while farting.
Yeah, it's definitely a scene in the Umbrella Academy.
Yeah.
And that doesn't work out either because Luther throws the older Five through the portal so that the current Five can stay here, but the fucking briefcase gets fucked up because Luther's a dumbass.
Yep.
So that's another dead end that doesn't go anywhere. But it was definitely entertaining for sure.
Yep.
And then you got Victor.
Mm-hmm.
And they have my favorite arc, which is funny because they're also core to the whole thing.
End of the world thing, yeah.
Basically, Victor lives with Sissy and the dad. And the dad's a piece of shit. But he's like kind of a normal piece of shit because this is just how men were in the 60s. A lot of it seemed like, you know, he expresses homophobia towards Victor because he knows that he's like you've been fucking my wife. I know you've been fucking my wife. And he gives this whole lecture about how it's not natural, but it feels like it doesn't feel like like at first, like towards the end, he definitely feels like a piece of shit. But it's like it didn't feel like insidious on purpose. It felt like he just doesn't know. He's just ignorant.
Yeah, well, and it felt like he was afraid that his wife was gonna leave him.
Yeah.
Like, that was the main thing that, like, I was expecting worse. Like, a dude in the 60s finds out that his wife has been banging who they think is a woman. Like, I thought he was gonna try to string Victor up.
Yeah.
But he was just like, can you please back the fuck off?
Yeah.
Like, back the
So
fuck off.
he's
or
not fully
come back.
insidious, and it's like even things like that you would hate him for, like him trying to get Harlan help. He really thinks he's getting him help. He
Yeah.
doesn't really know how shady and bad the institutions are. He's trying to leave it to the people that he believes know better than him.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like, on the one hand, like, I mean, I hate him because he's a piece of shit. But on the other, it's like, he's just a product of the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everything he does is like kind of there's a psychology behind it. Especially early on when they establish like he doesn't know who Victor is, he doesn't know their past. Victor lost their memories. And there's a point where he's drunk as fuck and Victor has to pick him up and Sissy's mad at him and he's feeling deep shame for what he did.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, you're lucky, you know, you get to start over from scratch. Meanwhile, I have to
Yeah.
live with all my fuck ups, which it's kind of like boo-hoo, whatever, man. But like,
Yeah.
it also just reminds you that he's human.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, like, I don't know. He's definitely handled it very interestingly, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a lot to him. He's not just like your generic like 60s racist asshole. Like
Yeah.
he's a person, and I think the show it gets pretty ballsy to address that, but it's like an important thing to remember that he's not just some fucking cartoony villain. Like he's a person.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sissy's
And then-
amazing. I love her. She's slay.
Yeah. Was it I was thinking, why did Harlan run away again and like almost drown or did drown?
I think he was just
that because I think that might have been because Victor was kicked out.
well, okay.
Or, like they were
No,
saying
no.
Victor wouldn't live with them anymore.
Well, so basically Five is trying to convince Victor to come back, and Victor's like, "What the fuck?" And Five explains everything, and Victor's like very confused, but also considering they don't feel like they belong here, they're like, "Yeah, it makes sense."
Yeah.
And so they reveal that they met their family, and so they probably have to go with their family. And Harlan hears that Victor might leave, and Harlan doesn't want Victor to leave because Victor's been such a great help.
Yeah.
And so that's what leads to Harlan running away, and then he fucking drowns because he's an autistic child.
Yeah.
And so Victor saves him by, I guess, breathing power into him and accidentally gives Harlan a superpowers.
Part of the power, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Which
then, of
leads
course,
to the
Harlan
plot of
is-
season 3.
Yeah. Harlan is incredibly unstable emotionally.
Yeah,
so
there's
that
like a
doesn't go
part.
well.
There's a part where he's listening to a record player. The record player fucks up, so he starts throwing a fit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but then when he has these emotional reactions after getting the power, he uses power
He
and
yeah.
like becomes trapped in the power and doesn't know how to stop it.
Yeah. And so Victor and Sissy slowly start to fall in love with each other, and they start fucking then at a certain point Sissy is like, no, this is just a dream, like I can't be a part of this, and so like she just tries to make do with her relationship, because that's always what
Yes,
she's been good at, is just living with her situation, like all women in the 60s had to.
Yeah, so you see moments where they're like Sissy's like in the kitchen with her husband, and he like, does he like slap her ass or something?
I think
It's
something, or like grabs her hips or something. He's trying to do the
Like,
usual.
it's clear they're about to fuck, and this is after Sissy and Victor have become a thing.
Yeah. The thing is, when she does sleep with him, you can tell it's out of like a wifely obligation.
Yeah.
More than
Yeah.
anything. It's not because she's attracted to him, because she's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which,
He's playing a role.
yeah. And that's just how a lot of women felt in the 60s. So,
I mean,
definitely
that's
goes into the
still
whole.
how some women feel.
Yeah, well. But you can tell that she's just not in love with him. She's in love with Victor. And Victor wants her to recognize that, but she can't, because she can't just run away from all of her responsibilities. The reason she puts up with all this bullshit is her son.
Yeah.
She wants to make sure her son lives a good life, and it's just great. And she's a badass too. Like, the moment Luther shows up, she's like pointing a shotgun at him. She's like, "You get the fuck off my property right now."
Yeah.
She doesn't care that he's big and scary and he has ties to the mob. Like, she's like, "Get the fuck out of here."
Yeah. No, she's fully ready to fucking blow his head off.
Victor's arc is fantastic. Basically, it's Victor was a very angry, naive person in the previous arc, season, whatever. It's not an anime, but the last relationship Victor had really felt like Victor just lying to themselves. I don't think they even actually liked him. I think they liked the idea of him. They liked the attention, but they didn't actually like him. And it's so funny because there's a point where they tell Victor, like, your last boyfriend was a psychopath, and Victor is like, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? And so
What is wrong with me?
and so Victor, I would say this is a much better partner for Victor this time around.
Yeah.
This one actually did have chemistry. This one did feel natural, like it had
Yeah.
passion behind it. It's probably one of my favorite queer relationships, and you know, I could complain that, well, it's a straight relationship now, but it's still queer, so fuck you.
It is.
And at that point in the story, it is meant and intended to be a lesbian relationship. So
Yeah.
if you're lesbian and you want good lesbian rep, even though Victor is a guy, like, there you go. Like, it's
Yeah.
still very good, still very well written.
Yeah.
Better
Well,
than-
and the Russian thing. So Victor eventually gets arrested.
Yeah, so basically Sissy and Victor try to escape, and Mr. Evil Man is like, "Nuh-uh, I got cops that I'm friends with, and they're gonna stop you, and they're gonna give me back my kid, and you can't take my kid away from me, and that's kidnapping." And so Victor gets arrested and interrogated for because Victor's dead name, which is Vanya.
Victor is also a Russian name, for what it's worth.
Yeah, but that's also pretty common in like America and Western countries.
Yeah.
So the original name Vanya is not as common. It's very Russian, like, and so they're like, that's a kind of Russian name. There's this part where they don't really go into it much, but it's basically like he learned Russian as a child.
Yeah.
And so
Because they learn like every language. Like the Umbrella kids learn like many, many languages.
And so he speaks Russian at the worst possible time.
Well, yeah, because he's being tortured, and they
Yeah.
like his brain is fucked up.
Yeah. And so they're like, how do you know Russian, huh? You're a spy? You fucking spy? You're a communist? And so...
Yeah. Like, the initial implication is that they think that he, like, came to magically, like, turn Sissy gay in, like, as a Russian conspiracy. Like, that's part of it, and then also just the...
Yeah, because they're stupid.
America thing. Yeah.
But I love this whole segment because the pressure of the torture starts to really chip away at Victor, and you get to see this whole psychological dream sequence where they're remembering their life as the Umbrella Academy and the abuse they had to go through, but it's like Reginald is still in his head, and like telling him like you don't want to remember, but you have to remember, and you know he's like pushing them to remember. It's so funny, but
Yeah.
it's like I did the anime comparisons. This whole stretch reminded me of like some Berserk or like Evangelion shit, where it's like really like trippy and like psychological and all that shit.
Yeah.
And so they go on their rampage. They have their little Doomer arc. Only this time, you know, it's much more severe because the situation is much more unfair.
Yeah.
And it's fucking literally the others are trying to get to Victor and they can't because their power is just too strong.
Yeah.
And it's the ghost of Ben that saves the day, and it's sad. It's so fucking sad.
Provided Ben hadn't stopped it, that is what would have caused the war. Is because Victor was going to blow through
there's a point where
a federal building.
There's a point where Diego gets knocked out by Lila, and then Lila's like, you know, I'm supposed to double cross the Umbrella Academy, but I like you, so I'm gonna take you, I'm gonna capture you, and you're gonna be my pet, and you're gonna be part of the commission. And so he like breaks out, and he like talks the short guy, the short king, into helping him. He's like, hey, show me how the world ends. And then he does, and it's revealed that Victor, this was the most Watchmen-ass scene in the whole thing, where Victor apparently
Victor does a boom boom.
blows up the building, and Kennedy does not die, but in response to that building being blown up, Kennedy starts a war with Russia, and that war with Russia destroys the planet.
Yes.
And like the execution, like it felt like like on top of feeling very Watchmen, it also felt kind of like The Incredibles a little bit.
Yeah.
Where it had that like that twist reveal moment. Just very, very well done. The music and everything. You could tell what feeling Gerard Way wants to convey, and I mean, it's not. I'm not giving him full credit, but it's like it's translated well into this for sure.
Yeah. No, I see that.
But yeah, that scene where Ben and Victor hug, and he like is like, "Hey, it was never your fault. Like we've all been through it. Like you matter. I see you." I think because Ben relates to Victor, because like Victor is very lonely, and Ben now being the first one to die and having his spirit stuck here in purgatory, watching his siblings go through so much shit, he kind of relates to that.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's like, can you please tell Klaus that it wasn't his fault that I stayed? I was just too afraid to go into the light.
Yeah, because Klaus
like,
was
damn.
feeling for the longest time like he was the reason that... Because he had, I think...
He'd asked. He'd been like, no, you don't have to go yet.
Yeah, and goddamn, I love these characters so much.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's not much else. There's Reginald.
Yeah, you get to see...
He sends Pogo into space. Pogo's a monkey, just a regular-ass monkey. He can't talk yet.
Yeah, and you get to see the woman that their robot mom in the future is modeled after, which is kind of creepy.
Yeah.
And she's like actually not too into Diego tells her that Reginald has something to do with the president dying, and she confronts Reginald, and she's like, I don't know if I'm like entirely cool with that. Like, that's kind of fucked up, man.
Yeah. Reginald is a lot like Gurman from Bloodborne, where he loses the love of his life, although in Bloodborne it's because she died. And in this, it's because she just didn't like the whole killing the president plot.
Yeah.
But he works with, like...
his head sliced open?
I don't remember
and you
that.
get to see the alien bits?
No. So, I'll get to that. So, like, Diego drives a rift between him and his beloved because she realizes she doesn't really know much about him. He's too secretive. He never shares anything. He's never honest.
Yeah, they just do, like, experiments and sciencey stuff together.
Yeah, and, you know, what they did is cool. Like, they sent a monkey to the moon.
Yeah.
But for the most part. Like, what I like about Reginald is that he's classy. He's kind of like he's logic over emotion for the most part. But you could see that he does, like, he did like her, and he was kind of sad when she had to go. So it's not like his heart is.
Obviously, you need a fucking robot that looks just like her.
Well, what I'm saying is that it's meant to convey that he can feel love for other people, and he does feel love for other people, but he just always chooses what he believes is the greater good over that.
Yeah.
What he thinks needs to be done. And it's that same logic applies to the Umbrella Academy. We didn't really talk about it in season 1, but it was revealed in season 1 that in order to bring the Umbrella Academy back together, he kills himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's kind of like he's so cruel that it feels like he doesn't love them, but deep down I think he does. And I think that's why he thinks all of the shitty things he does is an act of love. Because he wants them to be good. He wants them to be better.
Yeah.
Which is why, like, at first he's confused as to why these weird-ass people who are rude and have no manners and are assholes, like why are they claiming to be his children? Like, he wouldn't raise children like this. But then he sees the appeal, that they got powers, and he's like, oh, I got it. Okay. Of course, that leads him to the decision of, like, he realizes that with him, basically, the timeline we came from was the timeline where he, just lives by this logic over emotion philosophy for as long as he lives. But because they went back in time, and they met him and showed him how rude and shitty they were, and on top of that, destroyed his relationship with her, and he realizes that logic over emotion philosophy cost him the love of his life. He kind of changes. He goes on a rampage because the president dies. Victor doesn't stop the assassination. And so they kind of screw him over, even though he did everything they wanted. So he takes off his face, and you don't get to see it, but it's very heavily implied he's an alien, and he kills them off screen. Like, it's revealed that he's been wearing, like, a fake thing the whole time. And from there, like, that's kind of where the logical Reginald sort of, he puts that aside for a little bit, and that's what creates the Reginald in season 3.
Yeah.
But we'll talk more about that in season 3. But it's interesting because, like, Reginald kind of steals the show a lot in this show.
Yeah.
For somebody who is so mysterious and is not, like, you don't know quite much about him. His motivations,
you still don't
like,
really by the end of it, which is great. I wish I want to know more.
I mean, I like that he's dipped in so much mystery, though. Like,
Yeah, but I do just wish I knew a little bit more.
well, I just feel like the show kind of forgets what the core thesis was supposed to be from the get-go, which is
Yeah.
I think they learned the wrong lesson by the end of the show.
Yes. Yeah.
Where they learn, like, oh, we gotta sacrifice ourselves, which, no, they've been doing that since, like, day one. The lesson is that they need to stand up to Reginald.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's the one who fucking caused all this shit, but
Yeah.
anyway. The final battle.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't talk about the Swedes.
Yeah.
So, I fucking love the villains in this show.
Yeah.
I really, really do. The Swedes are cool. They're like they're more members of the commission, and it's just these 3 Swedish dudes that are psychotic. Like, they're psychopaths, I swear to God. Like, they only have empathy for each other, and they're cats. So, they definitely have limited empathy, and they kill people without blinking a single eye.
Yeah.
And even though they don't say any words, the actors for them did really, really fucking good.
Yeah, they did.
even though they don't speak at all, much at all. Basically, they were sent by the Commission to take out, I think, 5?
Yeah.
Or really just take out all of the Umbrella Academy.
Yeah.
And
Because once they didn't leave after 5's 90-second thing, I mean, they were kind of trying to do it anyway, which I think... Yeah, who were they acting under? Were they acting under...
They were acting under the
fish
Commission.
guy?
Yeah, the fish guy. But
Okay, that makes
over time, like, basically one of them gets killed. I don't remember how. I don't remember seeing him die. I think it skipped to the next episode, so I didn't get to see his death, because Netflix
Oh.
fucking sucks.
Yeah.
But I was just like, he's dead? I thought, I don't remember him dying, but he died, apparently. And so the other two are, like, enraged, and, the handler sees this, and with her being demoted, she's like, oh, a chance for me to turn this to my favor, because she wants to keep 5 alive. So she, like, goes to, they're, like, showering, and she goes and, like, grabs one of them by the wiener to manipulate him. And I remember, like, he literally, it's like I think one of the only times he speaks English where he's like, unhand my wiener. That made me burst out laughing.
Oh, God.
But basically she gives them kind of ammo to go get revenge. And they try and do not succeed. It's very sad because it's like they attack Allison while she's with her husband. And
Dude, that shit
she...
was wild.
It's a crazy fight, but she basically makes one of them kill the other.
Yeah.
And then he, like, after that, now that he's lost everything, he gets stranded away, and he initially tries to get revenge, but then he just slowly realizes he just can't. And so he just resides in the timeline and just kind of goes on his own little journey.
And at first, he almost cuts his hand off.
Yeah.
Because he's like, damn, this hand killed my brother, I want to cut it off. But then he's like, no, I'm going to get revenge.
I think part of it is, like, at first he wants revenge, but then he kind of realizes, because he was forced to kill his brother, he realizes what he's capable of, and that kind of makes him lose interest in killing altogether. He's like, damn, I kind of killed my brother with these hands, like, even though I didn't mean to. Fuck it, I guess.
He does still go to the final battle, though.
He does, but, like, I'm just kind of talking about the end where he goes off and does his own thing.
Yeah.
He's an interesting character. They definitely had a more interesting conclusion than Cha-Cha from the last season. She gets thrown out of a car and that's it.
Yeah.
That's the end of her character arc. And gets stuck on the timeline where the planet blows up, so she dies.
Yep.
But, you know, he got at least a good ending, somewhat, even though he lost his siblings. Like, he just decides to give up on revenge, give up on killing, and just, fuck it, I'm in this timeline, might as well live my life.
Yeah.
The
Oga for Oga thing was funny.
Eye for an eye, yeah. But they couldn't figure out what the fuck that meant.
Yeah, they thought it was a name, so they were looking up, like, someone named Oga for Oga in the fucking phone book.
Because they're stupid.
Phoning, and it was just a random old lady.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're gonna fucking get you if you are. And she's like, what the fuck?
It's just because Diego's stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're living in, like, I think, like, a guy... They're living with a guy that just is conspiracy obsessed, and he's just kind of there, but it's so funny.
Yeah.
And he ends up dying at the hands of the Swedish guys.
Yeah.
Basically, the final battle is the handler. Now that she's taken control over, and Lila. Now that she's taken control over the commission, she uses Lila, that last remaining Swedish guy, and a shit ton of motherfuckers with commission that are part of the commission to try and hunt down everybody. And basically the way the fight goes is out of nowhere, and of course I don't recall this ever coming up again for the rest of the show, Lila's got powers.
There were were a couple scenes beforehand where she had kind of powers, but they were... Yeah, she has a mimicking power.
Yeah, I don't remember anything before that final battle of her, like...
Yeah, I mean, she fought 5, but I don't remember if she...
Yeah,
used her power then.
I don't think she did.
But, yeah, either way...
It felt
has
like
a
it came out of nowhere, is kind of my issue.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, and that's because she wasn't supposed to be one of them.
yeah,
She was supposed to hide it.
yeah.
But, yeah.
Lazy
so,
writing, I'm gonna kill Netflix for this.
Victor takes, like, basically all of them out by doing a big beam thing. Like, all of the commission people he takes out by doing a boom. And then, the handler's like, okay, your turn, sweetie. And Lila does the same fucking thing.
Yeah, and then she beats the
course-
shit out of all of them with their own powers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the end, essentially what stops her is the power of friendship. Basically, they all die, but 5 is still alive and he's injured. And he resets the timeline back like 5 minutes before they all die. And then now that he knows what happens, he kills her before she can kill them. And the Swedish guy comes to finish the job, but then he's like, no more, because he kind of sees how futile all this is.
Yeah.
And of course they have to talk Lila into, being the good guy, because
Yeah, they have to, like, be like, why do you think the handler was there, Lila? Why do you think she was there that day when your parents got killed?
she
She
doesn't
never goes
believe
on
them.
jobs.
She doesn't believe them at all.
Well, she does a little.
There's just doubt. She's just got doubt.
Then she asks, like, is this true, to the handler? And the handler's like, no, you're my daughter. And
You know you're my little
love me.
You know you're my
And
little
the handler
sweet
can't even
cakes.
say yes.
My little gumdrop button.
Yeah.
I would never do anything. It's crazy talk. It's crazy talk. You made it up. And yeah, it's a pretty explosive finale, and then it ends with the short guy, the short king, showing up, and he like thanks Diego because now he's gonna be leader of the commission. And they're like, we need to get back to our own time. He's like, pick a suitcase because all the fucking commission guys are dead now. And so there's a shit ton of suitcases to use, and that's how they get back to their timeline.
Yeah.
And that leads to the
their
reveal
loved
that
ones don't go with them.
yeah, there's a sad scene where like Victor helps Harlan get past a panic attack with his superpowers, and then Victor like asks Sissy if she wants to come with. And I feel like that would have been the right decision to make. That would have prevented the events of
Yeah.
season 3 if Victor.
Like, I feel like that. It's almost like counter to their characters a bit. Like, I get the whole they have to stay in the time they were born in and the time they're meant to be, but I think it's kind of counter to Sissy's character to not do what would be best for Harlan. Because it would objectively be better for Harlan to live in 2019 than in the 1960s.
Yeah. But I think it does hammer home my point that this is about, like standing up against their father and learning to accept their happiness. Because the fact that they don't leads to the events of season 3. Because then Harlan becomes a whole problem.
And Allison's husband also stays back, which makes more sense in my opinion because he's very into the fight for civil rights and he feels like that's where his place is, and that makes more sense because he like feels like he's doing something there. But
well, I mean, that's pretty much all I got to say about season 2. I think it's good. Visuals were top notch. Lots of very good special effects. Only real I think season 1 looks a little bit better, but like it was still visually like there was a lot of spectacle, a lot of really cool shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
So I guess we'll be back for season 3. I don't know how to end this.
Yeah. Epic bacon show.
I think season 2 is it's better in places, it's worse in places. I still think season 1's the best season, but
Yeah,
season
it's
2
the
has a
beginning
lot
of the end.
more social commentary and a lot more
Yeah.
like it's very much it's about the 60s and how fucked up they were, and it is unfortunately the last good season of the show because from this point forward they kind of shit the bed every step of the way. And unfortunately it was the last popular season of the show. It kind of fell out of relevance after this one.
Yep.
But the acting is fantastic.
Heartbreak emoji.
It's a very, very complex show, and it's a little hard to keep up with. It's kind of like The Good Place a little bit, where it's very confusing. But the characters are just so lovable, and there's just so much about it that makes it so good. So I really liked season 2, and unfortunately now I have to rewatch season 3 so I can make a video about season 3.
And then you gotta watch season 4.
Alright, well, I'll see you in the next section, which is the same video, but, you know.
Later.
Start recording. Alright, so, I don't have much to say about this fucking season.
Yeah.
As we established, season 1, peak. Season 2, mostly peak. A little bit of cringe here and there, but,
Yeah.
you know, it delivered on a lot of things. It developed the characters very well. It kept the spirit. And you can see the Watchmen influences. I mean, you can tell that Gerard glazes the fuck out of Watchmen. So,
Yes.
Season 3 is where the problems kind of start. Like,
Yes.
I
The big problems.
I didn't rewatch it for this video. In fact, I skipped right to season 4 because I didn't really want to sit through it again.
Yeah.
But I remember it very broadly, and it's rough. It's very rough.
Yeah.
So as we had established, season 2 kind of has the issue of there's just too much shit going on, and the plot kind of it doesn't feel as tight as season 1.
Yeah.
Like season 1, you can see that there's like an outcome, and then it's you get to see every little detail as it slowly builds towards that outcome. Whereas season 2, they're kind of just all over the fucking place. It takes them like half the season to get the gang together, and then the other half is like them rapid fire cycling through different strategies on how to get out of here, and all of them are duds.
Yeah.
Until the very end where the one guy helps them. This is the short guy. So season 3 is basically the moment where I realized this series makes no sense. Like, in terms of its lore, or in terms of its mechanics, or it makes zero fucking sense.
Yeah. Well, and I think, yeah, compared to season 2, this one kind of had not enough going on, and when it did have things going on, they didn't feel really directly tied to the main thing. Like,
So-
a lot of it was forgettable.
Like, what I don't understand is that this is a continuation of the timeline that was created in season 2. Like, it's literally years after what happened in the 60s.
Is it?
Yeah. Because they went to the future.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's a different outcome because of all the shit they did in the 60s.
Right. Yes.
And so the dad, basically, because he met them, and the only one he didn't meet was Ben.
Ben. Yeah.
Because he met them and he thought they were annoying, he decided not to get them. He got different
Yeah.
babies instead.
Yeah.
And so there's a new Umbrella Academy. And that is obviously the next place you would take it. You know, considering how they affected him in the 60s. They kind of ruined everything for him.
Yeah.
And he's different, but ultimately still the same. He's just he's developed in a different way, where the previous version of him was cruel and abusive in a drill sergeant way, whereas this one is more manipulative with a kind of polite exterior, like he pretends to care.
Yeah, well, weren't the Sparrow Academy, which is the second Umbrella Academy, weren't they drugging him?
Yeah.
Question mark.
I think.
So
Yeah, that, but it's also like he's so much more insidious and underhanded now. Like,
yeah,
he will stop at literally fucking nothing to get what he wants.
yeah,
Even if that means just straight up killing people. That, you know, whereas beforehand he wouldn't take it to that extent. I mean, he was corrupt, sure, but you could tell he had like a tough love thing. This version of him is a bit... It's like the exact opposite, almost.
yeah. Soft hate.
Whereas the other one was, like, tough love. Yeah, so it's like soft hate, tough love. So, that's pretty interesting. As always, he is, like, one of the more interesting characters in this whole shebang. This whole lineup. But where my problems kind of start is there's too much fucking shit, but they don't do anything.
Yeah.
It's like
they have this whole new crew of the Sparrow Academy, which is basically supposed to be the Umbrella Academy, and they're like there's one guy who, what happens? He heals? Like,
okay, so you've
immediately?
got a guy that is like... Well, what I also hate is that okay, I gotta start from the very, very get-go, like what the plot even is before I get into them. Basically, the world's ending again because the autistic kid from season 2, well, one day randomly he decided to kill 5 people. Well, he didn't decide it; it just happened. And those 5 people were the parents of the Umbrella Academy, meaning that they shouldn't exist, but they're here. And that contradiction creates a Kugelblitz, which is going to eat up the whole universe.
Yeah, it's the grandfather paradox.
Which, again, interesting concept. I like that they explore it. But there's a shit ton of characters, and the story doesn't make the effort to... Like, you really need to haul ass and, like, develop these characters, and it doesn't really do that.
Yeah, and like when they were advertising this season, they were really going hard on the Sparrow Academy and how they would be different, and wow, what do they look like? Like, there's one guy who's just a fucking block. Like, he's just a sentient, like, floating block.
Yeah, that's part of the problem is I barely remember anybody in the Sparrow Academy because...
Well, half of them die in, like, the first half of the season.
Yeah, you got... The first one to go is the only black guy on the team.
Yeah.
His name's Marcus, and he fucking is the first one to go. He gets eaten by the Kugelblitz.
Yeah.
In the end of the first episode, he's already dead. You got the, as you said, the block, which contributes virtually nothing.
Yeah.
You got, like, a girl that looks like she's from The Matrix.
Yeah.
I don't remember her fucking power. She, like... Let's see. So...
Yeah, I'm just gonna look up. I did watch a recap to try and remember, but it was only 7 minutes long.
Let me pull her up real quick. Okay, Faye Hargreaves, and her power is, fucking... She's like Itachi from Naruto, where she manifests crows.
Right.
Yeah. Some dead footage there. But anyway, so I remember fucking nothing about her because, like...
Yeah, when did she die?
She fucking gets killed by the autistic guy.
Mm-hmm.
He blows her up. And then you got Alfonso. He was a little more memorable because he was kind of ugly, but like he had this confidence about him. Well, I think it was on purpose. Like he had this confidence about him. And his power is literally reflective in nature. So it's literally, he is like the epitome of like, I don't care how I look. Like, I'm rubber, you're glue. Everything you say to me bounces off me, sticks to you. And that's also reflected in his power.
Yeah.
And so he was interesting. He also got fucking killed by the autistic guy.
Yeah.
And he had fucking motherfucking. I'll talk about her last.
Sloane?
I'll talk about her last. Jamie, or Jame, who spits on you. She's also like Itachi, where she spits on you and makes you hallucinate.
Yeah.
And
yeah, they hallucinate. One of the first scenes of the show is they're like back in the Umbrella Academy / Sparrow Academy headquarters after going back there through time, and you think they're about to fight, but instead they start dancing, and you're like, okay, I mean, what the fuck, but also it's Umbrella Academy, so why not? And then it's revealed that actually it was Diego hallucinating that.
Yeah, because
she spat on him.
Yeah, it's I hate this show. And then you got fucking Sloane, who I was gonna reference, that ends up fucking Luther.
Yeah.
That's about it. There's just not really much to her.
What was her power?
Yeah, she fucking.
She's fucking.
Yeah, she can fuck good. That's her. She's smart.
That's it?
And like good at fighting.
Oh. Wow, okay.
She's just smart. That's all it is. Not particularly interesting. Okay. It's like they shat these characters out almost.
Yeah.
They're just pooped them out, and then they're right here. And I think that's one of the things that fucking bothers me, is that you got these characters, and they get virtually no depth, even though they were advertised for most of it. A lot of the time, they're just dicking around. There's like a gang rivalry between them and the Umbrella Academy. And it does get a little cool. You got Diego, who reunites with fucking the crazy bitch.
Oh, Lila?
Lila, yeah. He reunites with Lila, and she's got a kid. And
yeah, and she says it's his kid.
She says it's his kid, but it's not. I don't think it is his kid.
No.
And they're like fighting some of the sparrows in a grocery store, and it has that like classic Umbrella feel, like a cool fight scene in a fucking grocery store. It's crazy, you know. But the thing is, like, I'm mentioning all these moving parts, and they pretty much amount to nothing. Like I said, Marcus dies first episode, and that is going to continuously happen because it's like there's no cohesiveness to it. Like the autistic guy that comes in and kills like half of them, he fucking just comes out of nowhere. Like he's it cuts to him maybe twice where he's like listening to stomach gurgling sounds on a train, and he comes in, he kills a couple of them.
Yeah.
And then Allison realizes he is the reason the world's ending because he killed their parents. And, like, the thing is, he was such a big moving part in season 2, but here he gets little to no screen time and he just dies off screen.
Yep. And it's in such, like, a mean way, too, because Allison basically blames him for killing her daughter because, you know, she was never made, so of course her daughter was never made, so she came back to this world and had left her husband only to find that her daughter doesn't exist either.
Yeah, okay.
And then she turns evil, basically.
And it's like, way to just throw away a character that could have had a huge, like, could have been great.
Yep. Like,
but they spend so much fucking time. Like, okay, some of it I can't blame the show for. You know, like as you know, the actor that plays Victor, basically found out they were a man between season 2 and 3. And so they respected his wishes and made the character trans to accommodate. And I mean, like, it's not, I mean, it doesn't matter. They were going to make them queer anyway. So it's like, yeah, why not? Just throw in a little explanation as to why Elliot is, like, more masculine now. And then, like, kind of handle it where the Umbrella Academy are all just like, okay. And then they just respect his pronouns. That's nice, you know? It's small, but, like, bare minimum, but it's nice.
Yeah.
Especially in this day and age. It is, like, it is a little funky, but, like, that you can't really blame them for. Like, what else were they gonna do?
Yeah.
They handled it pretty well, all things considered. But it's like, most of the season is bullying Victor. They kill off the autistic guy. They make Allison, who, mind you, had to deal with a lot of racism in season 2. They turn her into a psychopath.
Yeah.
And they like,
make her just fully evil.
They this new group, just, they don't even matter. They're like, they add nothing to the season. The only important one is the one that's fucking Luther.
Yeah.
The rest of them all just die or fucking go away. And then you got Luther fucking one of them.
Yeah.
And she's
it
okay.
It was funny because she was basically sent to, like, seduce Luther and get information and shit out of him, and then she was like, I don't know, but I like him.
Yeah, it's like it's another one. I love that trope, though. I love when it's like,
Yeah.
I have to manipulate him, but I actually don't, like, my feelings turned out to be real, so...
Yeah. And they were cute, but, you know, too bad she just doesn't fucking exist in season 4.
Well, we'll get to that. But...
Yeah.
So, with that, like, since, I mean, I don't mean to discount the Sparrow Academy, but it's like, what the fuck can I say about them? You know, most of the time they're dicking around, and they do the rivalry thing good, but it's like they all die before they can ever do anything meaningful. And then the guy that kills them also dies before he can do anything meaningful. This is more so, if anything, just about the dynamic between Allison and Victor. Which, in some ways I can defend, because it's like, season 1 had Victor... There's a part... Okay, so, Allison... Like I said, she's traumatized by the racism. She's upset that she lost everything, even though it's like was kind of willingly at the end of season 2. She gave him a goodbye, but fucking whatever.
Yeah.
But you know the part about the racism, like I get it. She goes into a diner. She's scared because she is used to being kicked out of diners. She's had to live that way for a while. So. You know, that would be the natural next step to take her character, is to make her kind of lose it a little bit from the trauma. And considering she seems to be like a foil, or not really, there's like a dynamic between her and Victor.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, because I think they're the two most, well, I think 5 is the most OP one in the group. But they're the second and third most OP.
Yeah.
And like, you know, I think it does make sense to have Allison become kind of the gamer in this season, because Victor was the gamer in season 1.
Yeah, but
and then slowly overcame that in season 2. It would make sense to kind of take Allison into a darker direction, I feel. But my issue is I think they take it too far. And
I think they lose nuance along the way.
They lose the nuance. They kind of invalidate all of the commentary on racism, and they make her kind of fucking unbearable.
Yeah.
And like extremely selfish.
I think the difference with Victor in season 1 is Victor first had never learned how to control his powers. Like, that was just something very new to him, and when he went gamer mode, he was literally not in control. Like, his powers had taken over him.
Yeah. And, I mean, the thing is, they plant seeds for this in season 2. Because Allison, sometimes the power kind of she kind of...
Yeah.
gets irresponsible with it. Like when she's burning that guy's hand, and he deserved it, and I don't feel bad for him. But that kind of showed like there's a bit of a darker side to her.
But I mean, even with that though, you can see that she regrets it, or she's like, oh, maybe like I am going too far. But in season 3, you don't really see that at all, except for maybe when she like almost sexually assaults Luther.
Oh god,
That might be the only time it seems like she is like, oh shit, because she like
that scene was so dumb because she's mad that Luther is fucking one of the sparrows. She's mad that she's jealous, and so
my brother wants to fuck someone else.
Yeah. And so she tries to basically use her power to be like, I heard a rumor that you want me, and so he abides by the rumor because that's how the power works, and then she gets mad and pushes him off, and it's like,
yeah, well, because he has like super strength, so
yeah, like
he wants her 100%, and he literally can't control his strength.
Yeah,
and so she's like,
that
no,
is
stop,
an example. That is an example of a scene that really should not even be in the show. Like,
yeah,
what does it add? What does it add? Like, there are other ways to convey that she's jealous. What does that add to this in any meaningful way?
Yeah, especially because specifically with the rumor thing, she had been avoiding using it for bad reasons. Like, but, I mean, it is kind of implied in season 1 that she might have done that to her first husband. So,
yeah, I mean,
maybe that was just meant to be her? I don't know.
That's sort of the problem, is that it's like that. I think mostly all the attention goes to her becoming a gamer, but they don't really ease into it. It just kind of happens.
Yeah.
Like, there's no, she should start off kind of relatively like season 2 Allison and slowly make her way to gamer Allison. But no, she's already kind of just a gamer now. There's no...
Yeah, like, we don't get to see her losing her mind all that much about her daughter not being there, about missing her husband,
which
until she's already being evil.
Victor got a lot of psychological imagery and, like, psychedelic, like, dream sequences and shit. Why can't Allison?
Yeah.
You could incorporate some really creative shit there.
Yeah. And then she also uses her rumor ability on Victor to...
Yeah, okay, so so in season 1, we remember there was the scene where Victor crashes out and yells at Allison and hurts Allison with his power. And so there is a scene in season 3 that is meant to correlate with that. It's like the tables have turned type situation where Allison... Yeah. But, I mean, what Allison does is not nearly as bad, because she's just like, sit down!
Yeah, well, doesn't she, like, choke him or something?
Yeah, but doesn't kill him.
Yeah, but, like, I think, again, the intention is different, because when Victor did it, he was not consciously doing it. Like, the minute that he realizes what he's done, his power dies out, and he's freaking the fuck out.
Yeah.
But Allison is being told to stop by the others, and she kind of just shrugs it off. She isn't like, oh my god, what am I doing? I'm losing control. She's just like, yeah, he deserved it.
Yeah. And I think that's my issue, too, is like, Allison just basically... It's a bad look when the character that just came out as trans is being dehumanized.
Yeah.
By the character that had to deal with the racism of the last season.
Yeah. And she literally comments on his, like, oversized suit, too, which is crazy.
Like, what the fuck? This feels like a Jessica Jones season 2 moment. Like, where it's like, why do you think this is a good idea? Like, think about it for, like, 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Allison and
sorry, Allison also starts working secretly with their dad to be like, hey, let me manipulate my siblings into doing your plan so that we can make the timeline for the next season, my super special perfect timeline for me.
Where I get to have
And-
my husband and Luther does not get to have his girlfriend that he just met.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and it's like, God, that like made me so fucking mad. Where it's like, you are such a fucking hypocrite. Like,
Yep.
genuine. They made her... I don't know what it is, because the villains in the first 2 seasons were great.
Mhm.
But... And, like, Allison was a great character. And so it's like, you want to turn her into a villain? I'm fucking game. That's awesome. Like, that is a great idea. But the way they're handling her... It's weird, because, like, you think of the villains in season 2. Think of, like, the racist, like, dad guy. The autistic kid's dad. They gave him depth.
Yeah.
They gave depth to the
Yeah.
fucking stalker psychopath in season 1. But with her, she is just so cartoonishly evil, and there's not any real explanation behind her mindset or what she's thinking or why she's doing this.
Yeah.
They're just like, okay, she's evil now.
Yeah.
And all of her actions
the
are just...
audience can kind of guess that it's because of her trauma, but they don't really correlate it in the show. And they don't give it nuance either. They don't make
And it
her
doesn't
reflect
even
on her
really...
actions.
Like, she's traumatized from racism, right?
Yeah.
So they don't even incorporate much racism or like anything to do with that. They have
Yeah.
like one scene where she's scared at a diner, and then that's it. Where it's
Yeah.
like, I feel like race would have been the avenue to take this arc. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, you know, fucking radicalize her in some way, but maybe make her take it too far. You know, and maybe
Yeah.
that would have been controversial, but like I'm sure there would be like a woke way to do it.
Yeah.
Like, like, I
Yeah,
don't-
and like
don't know.
I think a big issue is that she felt like she wasn't recognized for her struggles because she has struggled quite a bit, but that Victor was always being recognized for his struggles because
Ha.
he struggled quite a bit.
Ha ha ha. Ha.
And so what?
Well, it's like season 1, they fucking ignore him.
Yeah. Yeah. But then
So-
since then everyone's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Victor," and like they forget that he's like slit Allison's throat, even though again it was not a conscious thing.
Yeah, they could have
And-
they could have explained that a little bit more. Like that would have added to it very well, I feel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And like she feels like they're like babying Victor because they don't want to tell him that it's his fault that he's ending the world. But like, what the fuck do you do with that when you love this person and they're your sibling? Why would you just go out of your way to be like, you should probably kill yourself because you're the reason the world keeps ending? Like, of course they don't want to do that.
No, like 5 I think has the most compassion out of all of them because he is so, and that's actually what they explore in this season, although they make him, he does some shitty things, but like he over and over again, he just stubbornly refuses to accept any reality where he can't just live happily with the siblings. Like
Yeah.
he wants, and he wants all of them to be okay, all of them.
Yeah.
Now of course, they included a fucking scene where he starts bullying Victor too, where he's like, you know, if you lie again, because I guess Victor lied about something, lied about the autistic guy or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I think Victor didn't tell them that it was the autistic guy's fault that his name's Harlan, that it was Harlan's fault that the moms were dead.
Yeah, well. So,
And, like, what does
so
it matter?
he's mad
Like, if
about
they're
that. And he's
dead,
like,
it's
if you lie again, I'll kill you myself. And so I
Yeah.
guess they're kind of trying to spin this angle which that also kind of betrays his character too, because that was the whole appeal, was that he literally like just refuses to accept any reality where, you know, like
Mhm.
he wants to have the world and his family.
Yeah.
That's all he's ever wanted. But now
and
it's like,
he should be the one who has a more balanced mindset about it because he's the one who's seen the end of the world and has seen multiple timelines and has worked directly with the people who like make the timelines.
which by the
So-
way, where the fuck are they?
Yeah.
What they just
They're
threw that whole
being
fucking
rebuilt? Question mark.
threw that whole fucking shit out the window, and that like is
Yeah.
now no longer part of the show. But like the scene where he's like, oh, I'm gonna, if you lie again, I'll kill you myself, Victor. I guess they're trying to convey that he thinks Victor's a lost cause, but that just goes against what was set up in season 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not much explanation. I guess they're trying to give it like a utilitarian angle, but
Yeah.
you forget he's not really a utilitarian. He's tired of killing.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want to kill anymore. He's made that very clear in season 2. And
Yeah.
his whole, like I said, his whole fucking character is that he wants his family to be okay. And he wants the world to be okay. He wants to have both. He can't have both, and he refuses to accept that reality.
Yeah. Well, and I think they're trying to set up for the end they had planned, which is that they have to die. And I don't know if they always wanted all of them to die or just Victor, but maybe they decided not Victor because, like, that would look weird. So they were like, yeah, why don't they just all die? You know, these people who fought for each other this whole time.
That's next season, though. We'll talk about that
Yeah.
when we talk about it.
But I
It's-
think that's why they were pushing the idea of Victor being killed to the audience.
Yeah. Which is bullshit, because it's like everything season 2 set up just gets crapped all over.
Yeah.
And I think that's also what's sad about this season is the rest of the Umbrella Academy. What does Luther do? He has sex with one of the sparrows, and that's it.
Well,
Was-
he gets married, which
Yeah.
is cute.
What does Klaus do? He
He dies a bunch.
dies a bunch. He kills himself a bunch.
He
And-
okay. I mean, okay.
It's
but he
entertaining,
goes
it's
to meet
cute.
his mom. Yeah, he goes to meet his mom, who was Amish, but she's not there. That's how they first figure out that all their moms are dead. Is that they're like, she died before you were born, actually.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, he realizes that when he quote unquote almost died before and met God in like the first season,
Yeah.
that he had actually died and been brought back, and that he can just do that. Like, he can just resurrect himself at will, and then him and his dad go and get him ran over by a car about 1 million times so that he learns how to do it really quickly.
Ugh. Oh fuck. Oh god. And so that's what he's doing most of the arc. Diego, I think, gets the most action. Like I said, he fights. He's just basically fighting the sparrows, and he's got Lila, and he's got this son. And guess what?
Mhm.
They kind of also don't get much. Like, Lila's there, and she's just pretty much there with Diego the whole time.
Mhm.
But his son fucking gets Thanos snapped away by the Kugel Blitz,
Yeah.
and we just forget about that. Fuck that.
Well, and it wasn't actually his son.
Yeah, like, what was even the point of having this fucking kid?
Well, she reveals that it's because she's pregnant with his baby, and she stole this child, I guess, from somewhere. I think it might have been like her cousin or something, but she took this child to see if Diego was follower material.
And the kid dies, and no one seems to fucking care.
Yeah.
He gets fucking Thanos snapped away, like the Spider-Man disintegrating meme,
Yeah.
and he's gone, and no one gives a fuck.
Yeah.
And they're all having a party to, I guess, for the wedding or whatever the fuck, and they're just like,
Yeah.
I'm just here to accept my death. I'm just gonna sit here and watch the world wither away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even remember what they do with Ben in this season.
Well, I think Ben is first against them, but then, like, all his siblings die. So he's like, okay, I guess I'll, like, sit with you guys. but he's just kind of being like a broody bitch the whole time.
Oh my god! And in season 4, he's even worse.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Like why? The season 1, season 2 arc of Ben was perfect, and it's like this kind of feels like it craps all over that by having this alternate Ben that's like kind of fucking unbearable.
Yeah. It's just edgy Ben.
I'm trying to think of. I think we kind of covered all the Umbrella, didn't we? There's Victor.
In terms of their character arcs, yeah.
Like Victor gets bullied a lot, and that's basically it. And they're trans.
Yeah. Does
Uh,
Victor do anything else?
No. And then after all that, everybody's given up. They're like, okay, the world's ending. Let's just fucking sit here and take it like little bitches. And then
Yeah.
at 1.5,
Except Allison.
at 1.5 is like he goes and finds this old version of him in a capsule, and he tells him, "Hey, don't save the world. It's just you're just stuck doing this over and over again." It was an interesting scene, very atmospheric. Kind of had that
'cause
old mysterious
they find out
like
that he was the creator of the commission,
yeah.
and he's in an iron lung, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean it's a cool scene, you know, like it's mysterious and it's got that Umbrella like eeriness.
Mm-hmm. And it goes again with the theme of him being like, "Don't save the world," and 5 being like, "I might though.
Yeah.
I might because I like hanging out with my siblings."
And so but it's like outside of that was like probably the closest to the first 2 seasons this season really gets.
Well, no,
and-
I think the fighting at the end
well,
is pretty good.
Yeah, I was about to talk about that.
The samurai guys.
Yeah, so they basically fight Guyver. These,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
weird Power Ranger villain things.
They're cool
so
though.
it's like, okay, you got the dad, and he and Allison are the only ones that are like, no, we can actually stop all of this. Follow me. Apparently, because he met the Umbrella Academy, he spent his time, instead of like trying to prevent the end of the world by using the Umbrella, he fucking somehow, some way, some possible fucking avenue he took. I don't even know how he did it. He figured out how to reset the timeline.
Well, no, I think what it was is that first he knew that the umbrellas were going to exist because he's the one who let out their fucking spark things. But he also knew that the world was going to end. I don't know if it was explained why he knew that, but he knew that the world was going to end. So that's why he was raising them to be like raising them as fucking child soldiers, basically, because he wanted them to be the ones to save the world when it happened. But way back whenever he first came to Earth, which was like in the 40s or something, he discovered that this place was where the like dimension portal fucking computer is, where you can determine what the next timeline is going to look like or whatever, and you have to use like life force to do it. But he found out that that's where it was, and built the Hotel Oblivion on it, so that he could get to it and would own it if he needed to, I guess.
And all this happened because he met the Umbrella Academy in the 60s.
I think... No, because I think he did that from the beginning.
So you think the original Reginald was intending to do this? And that's why he killed himself to bring the Umbrella Academy together.
Yes. To save the world.
Because this didn't even play a part in season 1 at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was more of a backup plan. He seems to have kind of his hands in a bunch of pots, a bunch of multi-dimensional pots, where...
So he didn't think that, like, don't kill myself like maybe stay alive so I can use this as a backup plan when the first one doesn't fucking work.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you're just pointing out like, yeah.
This show sucks.
But yeah, I mean, the way it's portrayed is that he, like, one of the first things he did was build the Hotel Oblivion, and that was before he got the Umbrellas or met them. And that's why both
So
Reginald.
this is an
thought-
example of like pulling a J.K. Rowling where you tack things on after the fact. This is why it's a bad idea. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's really fucking cool, but it's like there's no intentionality to this show. They just kind of throw ideas on the
Yeah.
wall, and whatever sticks, and whatever doesn't, just doesn't. And
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean,
it's-
and the Hotel Oblivion was a thing in the comics, even though the comics are very different.
I need to read
It
the
was
comics.
a thing that I assume Reginald would have been the one to find. So if they knew they were gonna do this, then they should have at least made Reginald like fake his death or something,
Yeah.
so that it makes sense for him to be alive in the first season.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it's already gonna be messy if you incorporate like time travel and shit, but like,
Yeah,
this show just makes no fucking sense. Like,
yeah. And,
it's
like,
cool.
You mean to tell me that Reginald knew that this thing was here and didn't do anything with it sooner, even though, like, the reality that he makes is where he owns, like, everything? Like, he's basically the fucking meta of the new universe. So, you mean to tell me he didn't do that before? He wasn't, like, that greedy before? Like...
And I'm pretty sure he kills Luther at one point. Like,
Yes, he
they're not,
kills
they're
Luther.
refusing, they don't trust him, they're refusing to go along with this whole thing, so he kills Luther to force them to do it. Like, he
Mm-hmm.
makes things like, oh, one of those temple guys killed Luther, go stop them! And that's how he motivates
Yep.
them to stop them. Get revenge.
Yep. He kills Luther, and he leaves Klaus behind.
Yeah, but somehow they still make it to the end. And Luther's alive, actually. He didn't die.
Well, they're alive in the next universe because they programmed them to be.
Yeah.
So in the previous universe, if it still exists, which it probably doesn't because they've been Kugelblitzed, although we do see Klaus and Luther in the afterlife, and is the afterlife affected by the Kugelblitz? I don't know. So they might still be there in the afterlife there, but they were programmed to exist in the other world, and that's why they're there.
And, like I said, Allison is a fucking selfish bitch. And Luther can't have love, but I get to.
Yeah.
Like, you're not allowed to date
Luther-
anybody because I would get jealous, but, like, I'm still allowed to have my cake and eat it too.
Yep, she gets to have her husband and her
Now-
daughter. Her husband from the 1960s and her modern day daughter in the same family.
Well, we're ragging on how much the story fucking sucks, because it does. The show is gorgeous. Like,
Yeah.
oh my god, especially when the actual apocalypse happens and the whole thing is just getting wiped out. It looks like,
Yeah.
it reminds me of, like, Final Destination from Smash Bros., where it's, like, the
Yeah.
background is, like, this big galactic, like, inferno thing, and it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It's like you're inside a black hole, almost.
All of their budget must have went to CGI.
It's
because,
actually, like, kind of eerie, like, terrifying, almost, where it's, like...
yeah.
Because just imagine the universe eating itself, and what it would look like.
Yeah. And imagine, like, being in, like, literally the eye of the storm and having to watch everything around you get taken before you are.
Yeah, I think that part is definitely good. I understand they had to continue the theme of the end of the world, and that was a good way to do it. I just wish they did more with these characters before they die. This feels like it should have been 2 seasons worth of content, rather than,
Yeah.
you know, like, it should have, which I know that, like, stretching it out would kind of, like, well, the Kugelblitz is eating up the world really fast, you know, like, how are we gonna... But it's like, we don't even know what would happen if the grandfather paradox really did come true. So, like,
Yeah.
it could take maybe a while for the universe to, like, maybe the universe, if you think of it as, like, a program, it has to, like, individually analyze every single living thing every single thing in existence before it can just like, okay, reset, factory reset.
Yeah.
I don't know, like we don't know
Yeah.
what would happen. Maybe it would take a while.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to just be like people getting deleted at random.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't have anything else to say about this season, and I'm not excited to talk about the next season because it's fucking horrible. But the last thing I'll say, I'll kind of end on this note. You don't know much about Dragon Ball, do you?
No.
So in Dragon Ball Super, Goku has to go to another dimension to stop an evil Goku named Goku Black. And apparently, I don't know if this is like the future or just like an alternate dimension, I don't remember, but it's like this guy he met had evil intentions and he somehow manipulated Goku in this other universe or whatever the fuck. Well, in Goku's universe, in his original dimension, he knows the King of the Galaxy, who has he's like the strongest character in the series as far as I know. And he's just this little short fucking football head guy, and he has the capability of erasing the entire galaxy.
Wow.
So Goku goes over to this other dimension, he fights Goku Black, and they're just too strong. He just can't do it. Even after he kills them, you know, they start inhabiting the sky. Like, they literally just become the sky. So Goku, fucking calls up the version, the guy that can destroy the galaxy, but it's like this dimension's version of him, and has him destroy the galaxy, which is the most out of fucking character thing he could ever do.
That's crazy.
And I'm bringing this up because that's kind of what this felt like, where it's like, because throughout the whole season where all this shit's happening with Goku Black and all that, they cut to these little kids and they're like, we gotta protect these Smiles, we gotta get them to a bright future, we gotta save the day. And Goku's not a bad person, he's the hero of the story. So him just being content with destroying the entire galaxy makes no fucking sense at all.
Yeah.
And that is the type of
that's
shit
crazy.
that you see in Umbrella Academy Season 3. Like, that's what that reminds me
Yeah.
of.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Ugh.
And it really felt like they were leading up to Allison being even more of a big bad, or to the whole family hating her, at least in season 4 when they realized what she did with the timeline. But no, it's basically just forgotten. It's like 2 years later, and she's like, yeah, I feel bad, and none of you guys like me. And they're like, no, you can join us.
Yeah, we're over it.
Yeah.
I just don't think 2 years would be enough time to get over that.
No.
I would be mad
especially
for
for
like a
Luther.
while.
And I'll say,
For Luther
He
and
only
for
mentioned
Victor
Sloan
specifically.
once.
For Luther and for Victor specifically. Like,
yeah.
and maybe even for 5. Like, 5, I would, if I were 5, I'd be pissed. Like,
Yeah.
you were doing this behind my back, you were talking to Dad, and I didn't know about it. And like,
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be the one in charge, you fuck.
Yep.
I'm not number 1, but you know, I'm basically number 1. Like, whatever. I fucking hate this show, and some of the
Yeah.
actors suck and are not good people. So,
Yeah.
watch Invincible. That's all I can say. The Boys sucks. Umbrella Academy sucks. There's yet to be a good Watchmen adaptation. Watch Invincible.
Yeah. Don't jinx it, though.
I don't see it being jinxed. It's got the creator of the comic working on it. Alright. That's all. I'm cutting the recording.
Okay.
Cause we're falling in love. Oh, California girls were unforgettable. Daisy Dukes bikinis on top. Sun kissed kids. Popsicle. Oh, 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 oh. Welcome to Umbrella Academy.
No.
Season 4.
Yeah. We could just, throw it away, I think.
Alright, so... as you know, Umbrella Academy started off as a pretty good show. And then
Yeah.
season 3 came out, and season 3 was a little stinky. There was some
Yeah,
good,
well, I think it was just mid.
there was some good shit. There was some good shit for
Yeah.
sure. But it was just really underwhelming. It was kind of handling a lot, and it just really, I came away from it just like, that's it? Like,
Mm-hmm.
that was kind of underwhelming, especially if you compare it to past seasons.
Yeah.
And so I pretty much knew after season 3 came out mid that there is no way there anything good is going to come after this, especially since they said, oh, it's only going to be 6 episodes, by the way.
Yeah.
I already fucking knew this final season was going to be cooked. Because this always happens.
Yeah.
This happens with so many good TV shows. They start off good, they're good for like a couple seasons, and then like just they go to shit. Either because the creator is an idiot, and
Mm-hmm.
like I wasn't even a fan of Euphoria, but like season 1 had promise, and then
Mhm.
season 2 just took a big steaming shit all over it. I
Yeah.
don't even think I want to watch You season 5, because season 4 was horrible
Yeah.
after 3 really good seasons. A lot of people are saying The Bear season 3 is not good. Like, I'm just wondering what the fuck is going on with TV right now.
Yeah.
God, I'm not even gonna bring up the funny Homelander show. I'm not even gonna bring it up. Like, and
Yeah.
of course, like, Umbrella just was not shocking to me. I didn't even really want to watch it because season 3 had ruined Allison's character and
Mhm.
made her annoying. And so I was like, season 4 is not going to deliver on anything.
No, it's not, and it didn't even fix the issues that happened in season 3.
Doesn't
It
even
just
address
ignored
them.
them.
I think if I could like describe kind of what the problem with season 4 is, it is just lazy. And I hate using that
Mhm.
word because making a TV show, I mean, it takes a lot of skill, it takes a lot of hard work.
And work from a lot of different people.
I mean that the writing is lazy. It's
Yeah.
literally like when I'm a little kid and I write a story and I can't think of a good way to get from point A to point B, so I just 1 2 skip a few 99 100 like
Yeah.
type of pacing. That's literally what it is. And
Yeah.
what's kind of sad is that like the fucking cast did like an interview thing and they were looking through fan theories and they liked all of the theories more than what they
Oh
had.
my god.
They basically kept trying to be like, no, fans, just keep your expectations realistic. Keep it.
Yeah.
They knew it was cooked. Like,
Oh.
it is so. Like, I think it pisses me off because it's so cynical. It's literally
Mhm.
like I would have rather they just cancel the show than make this.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
This was. I can't even describe. This was bad. This was like.
Yeah.
It's not season 4 of The Boys bad. Because season 4 of The Boys was like an annoying, like, this is
Mhm.
pissing me off type of bad. Umbrella was more like, I just was bored for all of it. I didn't really even want to watch it.
Yeah.
I didn't feel too strongly about it one way or the other.
It was boring, and then the plot points that were interesting were just interesting because they were so bad.
So, basically, I think one of the things is that season 4 has essentially misunderstood what the point of Umbrella Academy is.
Yeah.
The first 3 seasons have it on the head pretty well, where the whole point is that they are victims, and what they needed to learn throughout this whole show is that they needed to stand up to their dad.
Yeah.
That
And they
was-
needed to stand together and not, first one, they really shouldn't have isolated Victor.
Second one, they were all kind of split off in different areas, and some of them gave up,
Mhm.
some of them didn't. Third one, it was like a Victor bullying session, but it was also like no one was really holding Allison accountable. And
Sorry.
what's going on?
Can we pause it? I think I gotta take my dog out.
That's okay.
There is no cock like horse cock. Send your asshole into
So yeah, like season 3, one of the big focuses is just like one of the conflicts is Allison and them not, you know.
Yeah, and there was a lot of like Luther being with the new woman and spending more time with her than the rest of them, and Ben not being the Ben they grew up with.
And you see that these new kids are also victims to the dad's abuse of, I can't believe I forgot his fucking name. Reginald. You see these new kids are victims to Reginald's abuse, and just in a different way, since he developed in a different way after meeting them.
Yeah.
And it's like, even though season 3 I think was starting to kind of stray away from what made Umbrella so good, it still had like that Umbrella charm. There was still like, you had the fight in the grocery store with Diego and Lila and that fucking malformed guy
Yeah.
with the reflective powers, and then you had like some fucking Guyver like Power Rangers shit happening towards with these like 4
Yeah.
armored Titan things. You had that dance number in episode 1. It was still Umbrella Academy.
Yeah.
Like, it was still... None of that is in season 4. None of it. You said... Like, I remember you said, like, oh yeah, it's Umbrella Academy. I didn't really get that at all. Maybe the only thing was Luther being a stripper.
Yeah.
And playing that banger... by the Bloodhound Gang is "You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals." But other than that,
and the cult leaders did do a dance as well.
yeah, but it just wasn't the same. Like, I think what also makes me mad is like you got that dude from The Last of Us and Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
And you've got the bad guy from Alvin and the Chipmunks. Like, yeah, good for you. You can get like big actors in your season. No one gave a fuck about it. Like, no one. I think most people were like, "Wait, that's out." Like,
yeah,
because season 3 didn't do that well. Like, the show kind of peaked with season 2, and then it just sort of fell out of the limelight. One, because season 3 came out around the same time that season 3 of The Boys came out, and everybody was watching that instead. And 2, like, the way they marketed it, like, people thought the campaigns were about Stranger Things.
Yeah.
They released this, like, I heard a rumor that a character dies this season, which is bullshit. No, they don't. I mean, they do, but, like, it Dragon Ball Z's its characters back into being alive, so it's fucking whatever.
Yeah.
And they're like, I heard a rumor that someone dies this season, and people thought it was about fucking Stranger Things.
Yeah.
So they cooked their own show, and so that's why they give it only 6 episodes, and I really just wish they had just canceled it. Like, instead of making this shit. Okay, so, to give kind of like a plot synopsis, it's been a couple years in this new universe.
It's been 6 years.
Yeah. We don't get to see those 6 years of them living out their lives. I would have liked to.
Yeah,
But...
I mean, there's a lot of, like, important character shit that would have happened in those years, but whatever.
Klaus is now OCD.
Yeah, because he's sober and is afraid of death.
He's kind of overdoing it now.
Yeah.
And then you got Allison feels bad, I guess, for what she did, but no one cares. They've all moved on. So
and her husband is gone. I believe that's because they had issues with the actor. The actor might have been, like, not a great dude. But they could have just replaced him. Who fucking cares? Like...
Well, I mean,
Come
I don't
on.
know. I do think it is, like, a fitting punishment for Allison. That, like...
Yeah, but not being able to see it just is like, okay.
Yeah, I get you. And
Because
then
then you don't really get to see her struggling because of it. You just get to see her being like, yeah, my family doesn't want to see me. I don't know if I should go
They
inside
kind
the
of-
birthday party place.
they kind of just reduce Luther to a piece of meat.
They
Which-
objectified him.
They objectify. It's crazy. It's like weird that it's like okay now because it's a guy.
Yeah.
So it's okay to just objectify this character and turn them into. You know what? Where I was kind of going with what I was saying earlier was the problem is that like the lesson should have been they need to stand up against their parents. You know what's in the deleted scenes of this season?
Is it that?
It's Luther saying we should have stood up to Dad.
Yeah.
They cut that out. So they're actively going out of
Oh
their
my
way to
God.
not understand what the fucking point of this show is.
Yeah. It's crazy. And apparently they were planning for them to die, like, from the beginning.
Yes, but it's like, even then, the message should have been, like, it should have been like a choose between the universe and, like, so my personal headcanon for how it should have ended is I think they should have kept the idea of, Ben being the reason that the world ends this time instead of Victor. Or they could have even done the Victor thing again. I don't know. But they should have ended it by having all of them stand up to the dad, to stand up to Reginald.
Yeah, and maybe
And-
that kills them.
and maybe
he,
that's
like,
what-
explodes in weird alien goo and kills them.
Yeah. But it's like, they should have died protecting Victor, or protecting Ben, or just, like, standing
that
up
would
for
have been
their
so
own.
sweet.
That would have been a
Yeah.
way better way to end it. But no, instead, because the fucking writer's an idiot, I'm sorry, I don't want to be mean to him, but it's like,
Yeah.
he's a fucking idiot. Like, he, like, it ends with Reginald getting everything he wants, and all these random people that we don't know getting happy endings while our heroes die. And it's just like, considering how many people relate to this show because it's a group of mentally ill, traumatized abuse victims just trying to live, just trying to have a good life.
Yeah. And the complicated grief of losing a parent that was really shitty to you and all that. Like, literally the reason that the world ends in the first place is because of how Victor was treated by everybody. Like, that was a very monumental part of the story.
Yeah,
But instead of being like, oh, maybe, none of this would have happened if Victor wasn't abused, and maybe we should, like, figure out how to rectify that in some way.
no, the message is you're the problem, and you should just not
Yeah.
exist. You should just stop
And
existing.
that literally is, like, in the last episode or last two episodes, I don't remember, they literally are just like, hey, I found out, I think, was it 5? Was it 5 that found out that was like,
Oh god, don't even
Hey.
talk about the way they ruined 5. Holy fuck, dude. He is not, that is not 5. That is a pussy
Yeah.
bitch. That is like a garbage human being and a shit character. It is not 5.
well,
Like,
and, like, I think about, like, he was really attached to that fucking mannequin character in the first season. That wasn't a character, it was just a fucking mannequin.
it was a
but
mannequin that he
he,
projected a personality onto.
yeah. He still was like, okay, I think it's time to let you go, I'll put you back in the store, whatever. Like, he was emotionally mature about a fucking mannequin. But when it comes to the real woman who was with his brother for a while, like years, they were
He acts
married,
like
they
a
had
fucking
kids.
teenager.
Yeah.
He's like,
Like, it's
"No."
one thing for them to get together after years of being together. Like, it was still weird, in my opinion. I think they should have done something else, but
Well, okay,
it's one thing
so
for that to happen.
to kind of like, what happens is like he and Lila get stuck. I did like the train station idea, the timeline train station thing. I thought that was pretty cool. But
Yeah.
he and Lila, they get stuck on this weird timeline train station thing, and they're stuck on it for years. And then they form a connection, and they start dating and fucking, and this is while she's having issues with Diego, which felt really forced and ham-fisted, considering how good Diego and Lila's chemistry was.
Mm-hmm.
She and Five have zero chemistry. It
Yeah.
is such a downgrade in shipping.
Yeah. It's literally just that they're both extremely powerful people that were in the commission. and that's, I think, why they put them together.
But it's like there's like a thing where the director is interviewed and he's like, well, some people think that it's not a good relationship because they think that it wasn't developed. But like, you see, they formed a relationship over the course of several years. And it's like, yeah, that's the in-universe explanation for it, but we see it happen over the course of 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it hits you like a truck. I mean, I got spoiled for it before I...
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I don't like what they did with 5 because it's like they kind of forgot what made 5 such a great character. What do you like? Why he's my favorite character? He was the glue that kept them all together. And yes, he was a little like, there were points where he was a little cold. There were points where he was a little hard to talk to. He was a little patronizing or condescending.
Mm-hmm.
But the appeal of his character was that he was so stubbornly dedicated, even when the others were giving up, to I want a reality where my family will be okay. That I want that more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like, no, I'm literally willing to choose pussy over my fucking family.
And like,
my God.
I was gonna say, it's one thing for them to get together after years because they didn't know if they were getting back. Like, that's one thing. It's another thing to, when they do come back, 5 being all fucking salty to Diego about it. Like, come on. It's been, what, a few hours for him? And now he has to deal with his wife has left him for his brother, who's like a 20-year-old, and or he's like a fucking 70-year-old. I don't know how old he is at this point. I guess like 70, yeah. A 70-year-old in a 20-year-old's body. Like, he's just supposed to be happy with that? Like, I just think that 5... And it would have been kind of maybe a cool full circle moment of 5 letting her go like he let the mannequin go.
Yeah, but it feels like it was written by different people, is the weird thing.
It probably was, partly.
Luther kind of just... They don't really utilize Luther that much. Like, he just kind of
To be fair, they don't really utilize him a lot. Period.
Yeah, but it's like, he just becomes the doofus character, like the joke character. Now,
yeah.
That they all just point at and laugh. Another thing that fucking made me mad is it's like, they don't have their powers anymore in this universe. They established that very early on, but they already get the magical serum that can give them their powers back because they have to, because this guy kidnapped Victor, who is, by the way, Victor...
Well, and they didn't even agree to it. They were drugged, weren't they? Didn't Ben, like, drug their drinks? Like, spike their drinks with a fucking magnolia, whatever the fuck?
I don't know. But it's like, when they all get their powers back, Luther gets back his monkey body, and I feel like, again, that's another thing...
Yeah,
where it's like...
Nope.
Did you just
Continuity
forget
error.
He got the monkey body because he got monkey DNA because he almost died. That wasn't his power. He wasn't a monkey man because that was his power. That was a botched, like, experiment trying to save him from dying.
It did save him, to be fair. But
but it's like...
But yeah, like he had super strength. He wasn't like monkey guy from the beginning.
Funny monkey man. It's kind of hard to really even think. Like, I think it's like all of the humor in season 4 is unbearable. Like,
baby shark,
the fucking baby shark scene, and then they're all throwing up. It literally feels like a Family Guy bit. Like, it literally, in fact, it is a Family Guy bit.
Yeah.
It's
God,
like gross
so
out, like vomit,
gross.
and also Luther twerking, and like, it's stupid. It's like they're jingling fucking keys in front of your face. They're like, ha ha, please laugh.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be more clever than that. Like, you know, there were some immature moments, like
it was corny, but it wasn't like
5 meeting the other 5 and they're both shitting themselves. Like, it's a little unfunny, but it's like, I don't know, it's more entertaining because of the aggression, and then literally like 5 is like, I don't trust him, and it's like, dude, you're literally That's the symptoms. You're
Yeah. Yeah. Like you should know that it's the symptoms. But yeah, it feels like they were like, okay, this show was funny before, how do we make it funny this time in the scenes in between the important things happening?
and then they just shove it full of poop. Jokes.
Yeah. And then they're like, well, a baby shark is annoying in a funny way. It would be really funny for them to have to deal with baby shark playing over and over again because it's relatable for parents, I guess. But they didn't take into consideration that it's not just the characters having to deal with the annoying song, it's the viewers. And it went on for a long time.
We're kind of like messy with this review, but it's because the show itself is a mess, and I don't care about the plot. Like,
yeah.
The plot is like you've got this cult that feels like this timeline is wrong, and
yeah, they get like Mandela affected, where certain people remember things from different timelines that haven't happened in that timeline, and then there's also like objects that they found from different timelines where like Allison is the one in a movie poster instead of someone else. And honestly, that would be a cool idea if it was expanded more, but it feels
they don't have
like
time. They don't have the time to
they
do
didn't
it.
have time, and like I don't know if because I'm thinking like that would be a cool idea if they expanded more, but I would have probably preferred they expanded on the character development that happened between season 3 and season 4. I would prefer that more.
Yeah, Victor is now ran through. He runs a bar. And...
Yeah, Victor's like fucking every woman in a small town in Alaska or something. I don't know.
He runs a bar. Victor
Yeah.
was also kind of painfully underutilized. It's crazy how that one scene that was deleted could have benefited the show so much. Just single-handedly. One good scene.
Yeah.
But...
Well, and it's kind of crazy that even when they are sacrificing themselves, they are kind of taking the blame. Like, by the end, they are, like, they're not like, oh, this is all Reginald's fault, which it is. Like, the whole thing is that they explain that their fucking marigold powers going into those women and making them pregnant and then getting them born into this world, they were never supposed to be there. But Reginald was the one who fucking put the Magnolia on Earth. He's the one who started all of this. And then he was the one who abused the people that he forced to be on Earth.
Ben is a boring character, too.
Yeah.
The way the world ends this time is there's this other person that he really wants to fuck, and they fuck, and that's what causes the end of the world.
Yeah, because it's like an equal but opposite compound to the Magnolia. So the Magnolia like created things, I think, and then the opposite was whatever the fuck it was. I don't remember what it was called, but it was big bad and it would eat everything and be really bad. And so they put that in one girl and hoped that she would contain it forever. And actually, that's when it's revealed how Ben died.
Yeah, they never did
Kind of
reveal
forgot about
that
that.
until now.
Yeah, they revealed that Ben was trying to save this girl, and Reginald was like, no, you can't do that, but they touched or something? I don't remember, but Reginald fucking killed him.
Yeah. It's another thing where it's like, it doesn't really work because the connection he has with that woman has no depth behind it. There's no...
Yeah, exactly.
It's just kind of a by the numbers, like, let's get to the next plot point.
Yeah.
With no actual effort put into it.
Wasn't 5 in the FBI or something?
Yeah, he was like a Fed or some shit.
Yeah, and then there's like fucking Diego and Luther are just like nerds going to the FBI and being nerdy there, and then there's like a shootout and like fight there, which, okay, but you have 6 episodes and you're gonna waste at least one episode with these characters going somewhere that is like pointless to the story?
Yeah, it doesn't
You-
really make much of an effort to get much done. Like, it wastes
Yeah.
a lot of time on just meaningless shit. Like, the Victor getting kidnapped is, like, resolved super fucking fast.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't feel like it has any tension or weight or anything. And then they meet the guy. The guy's kind of a loser. And Ben wants everybody to have their powers again, but everybody else is like, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
It seemed like they were going for like, you know, like that quote from The Godfather's, like, just when I thought I was done, they pull me back in. It seems like they were going for that type of an appeal, but
Mm-hmm.
they're not very good at it.
Yeah.
I more or less just felt like, yeah, we've got like
Yeah.
baggage we need to address. Like, we've got a lot of shit from season 3 we need to address, and we just don't.
Yeah, like you just don't, and then you decide you're all bad for the universe and like a million other different universes. You're the
It's-
reason that everyone dies in them.
It's like, why
So
does,
now you gotta kill yourselves.
like, why didn't we get to see Luther move on from losing the first woman?
Yeah!
first, like, healthy
What, she's
relationship he's
mentioned
ever
like
had?
once? Like, what
Yeah,
the fuck?
Why? You know, it's like, I love these characters, and the way this season just kind of doesn't care about them is not
Yeah.
only disappointing, it's a little offensive. It's like,
Yeah.
damn, like, you know, just mental health don't matter anymore, I guess.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's not shocking. The guy that made this show, I'm pretty sure when Victor came out as trans, he accommodated Victor, but, like, was like, oh, someone kill me. I gotta change the show now.
Yeah. He's denied that, but who knows? No one really knows whether that was true or not.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't have a lot to say about it. Visually, it's kind of the same. It's not...
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I found the colors this season actually less interesting. It feels sort of dull.
Yeah.
Like, at least the last season was gorgeous. Like, the apocalypse and the big red colors, and how vibrant it all looked. This one, it's like the cinematography is a bit flat, and the colors are all very just dull.
Yeah. Oh, there was the sex trafficking.
Right. Remind me
With
what
Klaus.
happened again. Oh shit, dude, that also was fucked up. Like,
Yeah. And that it's just not
it
really
was played
acknowledged.
off as a joke. It was like,
Yeah.
okay, the show's already kind of had a weird depiction of Klaus. Like, season 2, I think, kind of pushed some boundaries where it was like the brother was prepared to have sex with this woman in Klaus's body, and I'm like,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
But it's like, it feels like they just forgot Klaus was gay or something,
Yeah.
and he gets like raped by multiple women
Yeah.
for no reason, and it's like played off as funny.
Yeah. Like, and like he
What
is
is it
like
with-
literally sex trafficked
What the
because
fuck
he
is it with these superhero TV shows and thinking that rape is funny?
Yeah.
Like, male rape
Doesn't
is
he
funny.
like buy drugs or something, or he like pays someone to kill him? I don't remember. He buys something, he can't pay it back, and they figure out that he has powers, so they put him in their fucking business and make it so that he is like a medium, but he's a medium that allows,
Allows people to have sex with their dead partners.
yeah, like their partners possess him and then fuck each other. So even if he was consenting in those instances, which I don't remember the details of the scenes, but he was still like under coercion in that he would literally just be killed and locked up underground forever because he wouldn't die.
And this is not depicted as a traumatic thing. This is depicted as
Yeah.
funny.
No. Yeah.
It's like it's so weird when TV shows will have something that is obviously bad, and then the tone does not seem to indicate
Yeah.
that it's bad. Even as much as I love Invincible, like the fucking relationship between the Immortal and Duplicate is weird.
Yeah.
And the
it
show
is.
doesn't acknowledge it. What is with these superhero shows and having this weird disconnect
Yeah.
with power imbalance and consent and
Yeah.
I-
Yeah.
like they all kind of handle sexual assault and like just, you know, power dynamics like really
Yeah.
poorly.
Yeah. No, it's fucked up.
I can't really think of much else to say. Like I said, I really have so little to say about this fucking season.
Yeah.
I guess kind of we should just talk about the show as a whole, kind of wrap this up as if all 4 seasons were like a collective.
Okay.
The appeal initially, like when you showed this to me and you said this was made by Gerard Way, like the comic was made by Gerard Way. This is an adaptation of it.
Yeah. And
Uh,
he did have more input in the
And then
first
I saw that it
season,
was
at
like it
least.
was basically gay Watchmen. I was like, dude, that is fucking awesome. Like
Yeah.
that is absolute peak. Like of course I would be on board for that. And with how the show, with like the fight scenes, the cinematography, how gorgeous season 1 was.
Mhm.
The acting, they had such a unique choice of actors. The biggest
Yeah.
one in the show was or at least the only, well, I shouldn't say biggest, but just like the one that I recognize, the only one I recognized was Elliot Page,
Mm-hmm.
because they were the only one I had seen in other stuff. They were like,
Yeah.
they were huge at that point.
Mhm.
And that was before they transitioned and got even more popular somehow.
Yeah.
I didn't know any of these other actors and actresses. Like I had never seen any of them in anything before.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like I recognize them as Umbrella Academy. Like when I saw
Yeah.
Misfits, for example, I was like, that's Klaus. Like that's Klaus from
Mhm.
Umbrella Academy. Like this show left kind of an imprint on me, and it's just sad that this is the direction it had to go. But
Yeah.
again, it's like yet another instance of Netflix being Netflix. It's why
Yeah.
it's why I'm like worried for Squid Games and Heartstopper, though I'm sure those are both going to stick the landing.
Yeah.
Heartstopper because the seasons are so short, so they're quick to make, which means that they can keep up with the yearly rate without like fucking up the
Mhm.
pacing. Squid Games because it's already done.
Yeah. And Heartstopper does have a lot of content too that is already like written.
Those are like the
And
two good Netflix shows right now.
Yeah.
Like everything else is either just ended like prematurely or has gone to shit. Stranger Things is pretty good too. It's kind of messy,
Yeah.
but Stranger Things is also pretty good. But
Stranger Things is pretty good, but they've got Zionist actors, which is making people not gonna watch the next season.
So does this. Five's actors.
Yeah.
I can at least look past it when the show itself does not have the Zionist apologism in it. That was
Yeah.
like part of why I couldn't ignore it in The Boys, because it's like people always say separate the artist from the art, but The Boys, it's like you can't separate the artist from the art because it's in the art.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, as soon as that woman said like a Zionist cabal, I was like, nope, fuck this show. Like,
Yeah.
and so
Yeah,
that is
and,
sort of the.
like-
Oh, go ahead.
Well, that was complicated because anti-Semitic people did say stuff like that before, the whole thing in Palestine got worldwide coverage. That used to be like an anti-Semitic term, but after that, I think they really should have just cut it out, because I'm pretty sure they had cut away from her anyway, or they could have, and just
And the fact that
made
they
her do a
didn't-
voiceover saying something else.
the fact
Like even just saying a Jewish cabal would have been like, oh, okay, so she's like an anti-Semite.
just the fact that
but-
they didn't is itself, I think, enough for me.
Yeah.
And I mean, but that's like a whole other topic. Like, sort of just with Umbrella, it's like the reason it was so appealing to me is again because it reminded me of Watchmen, and you know, I love Watchmen. It is my favorite comic media, superhero media ever created. One of my favorite stories ever written. And I mean, right now, a lot of stories are kind of stealing from it. And so, just like to see it become not only bad but sort of offensive and insulting.
Yeah.
Just it's like, do people even really understand mental illness anymore?
Yeah, I don't know. It definitely was not done with consultation and people that understand mental illness or abuse, which is weird because the first season was a pretty good depiction of it.
Yeah, and then season 2 had a good depiction of racism, but season 3 crapped all over that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as interesting as the show was, and as complex as it was never like a... The writing was never meant to be more than just, like, thematic, because it's like, it doesn't make any sense. It never made any sense from the get-go.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to make sense. To me, it's like the same appeal as Chainsaw Man, where don't think about it, just think about what it's saying.
Yeah.
What it's saying is a little bit more important than what's happening. But when what it's saying just kind of gets lost in translation, well, then there's nothing. You basically just have a stupid story that makes no sense, and the themes are crapped all over and just shit now, and there's no point in watching it anymore. So I just completely... I didn't really have much of an emotional reaction to season 4 at all. I was kind of deadpan the whole show.
Yeah.
And that's just sad.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna read the comic now. Just because, I mean, it's Gerard Way's work.
It is very different.
Probably the only version of it we're gonna get that might be good.
Yeah.
And he's still writing it, which is crazy.
Yeah. He's been writing it for like 20 years.
Do we have any closing thoughts, maybe?
I wish it was better, and I think it deserved better, and I don't know how much Gerard took part in the last season. If any, I would think he wouldn't have much, or that his hands were tied, because I would like to think he wouldn't do that, but...
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, it's like... It's okay that they all die. You can give it a sad ending. Just make the point clear that
and make it feel like it matters.
Like, why does Reginald win? I don't like that.
Yeah,
that
like, why is he alive? Why is it fine that he's there? Why is he not ruining the timelines? He and his wife being there on Earth. Like...
I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna cut this one. Pee pee poo poo.